then get into the process. We will take our roll call and get in the process on how we're going to move today, seeing we do have a couple bills which we have to make a decision on that have come back to us from the Senate, whether we're going to concur, non-concur, or non-concur and request a committee of conference. So as chair of the House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public meeting, and today we are going to be executing Senate bills which we have in our possession. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. We have Jennifer Ford, who is our committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Barb, are you able to speak out loud? Are you good with that?
You're muted.
I can't hear you.
You have to unmute yourself, Barb.
How's that?
That's much better.
There she is.
Welcome.
Thank you. Representative Ladd,
Yes, I'm here in the committee room with committee members.
Representative Cordelli,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Bohm,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Nodder.
I'm here and it's good to see you.
I saw you bouncing around. Representative Lakis,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Moffett,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Hobson.
Here in the committee room. Happy to see you, Rep. Shaw.
Thank you. Representative Andrus,
Here home alone in Salisbury.
Representative Ford,
Present in my office in Chester, alone.
Representative Land.
Here in the committee room. Welcome back.
Thanks. Representative Sodi,
In the committee room.
Representative Myler,
Here in Kentucky, New Hampshire, in my home, and I'm here as are hundreds of other Granite Staters who are also able to participate in the legislative process via the Zoom process.
Representative Luno,
Dave Luno, participating remotely, just like thousands of Granite Staters have done this year to express their opinions on our work, granting an unprecedented level of government transparency and public engagement.
Representative Shaw here alone in Manchester. Representative Cornell,
Here at home in Manchester and glad to be able to do this on Zoom.
Representative Tanner,
Here with my rescue dog Raven, who may bark. I'm located in Sunapee, New Hampshire, and I am very grateful to be able to Zoom into this meeting and share my story and my committee meeting with hundreds of other people who can Zoom in as well. Thank you.
Representative Ellison,
President, I'm home alone here in Concord.
Representative Mullen,
I am here in Bedford, having been promoted from the basement along with my laptop, and happy to see everyone this morning on Zoom.
Representative Lay,
Representative Porter is representing Lay today.
Porter is subbing for Representative Lay.
This is Representative Porter. I'm home in Hillsborough. My husband is in the house, but not in the room with me. And I'm glad to see all your faces this morning, and welcome back, Barbara.
thank you. Representative Woodcock,
Welcome, Barbara. Glad to see you here on the screen. Representative Woodcock from Center Conway, New Hampshire, with my dog. Will be in and out and enjoying the opportunity to engage with this committee remotely, as many of our Granite Staters have done throughout the process of honest and upfront dialogue.
full house.
Well, thank you very much. We're ready to move on. First thing,
Representative Ladd, could I have a point of personal privilege, please?
go ahead.
I need to register this. We have received some amendments to bills that have not been considered prior to this by this committee. And I want to say how disappointed I am. We had a work session a week ago in which there was ample opportunity for members of this committee to present their concerns to the committee so we could have a conversation prior to the receipt of these amendments. Particularly one of the members was silent, who throughout that work session that has proposed some of these amendments. This is not the way this committee has worked in the past. This is the first time in 9 years that I have seen some of these regressive amendments come forth in the 11th hour of our deliberations. This is not a transparent process. This is not a way that we should do business. And I object to the process that is going forth today on these particular bills that are controversial. And I would hope that in the future, this committee would be more prudent as it looks at the work that we need to do. We have not done this in the past, Rick, and you know this. Representative Luno, for example, has forwarded to you the amendments that he is considering. Ask for your approval on those prior to his sending these out to the committees. Many of these bills that we are now considering, these amendments that we're considering, came in at the 11th hour without any notice to us. And I object to that process because that's not the way this committee has done work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Myler. We, at our last hearing, or last time we were here together on Zoom, we discussed the fact that we were encouraging people to put amendments in, and that we asked that all those amendments be forwarded to folks prior to this exec session today. And I believe that was done. So with that, we're going to go ahead with our meeting today. And the first thing I want to do is look at the two bills which we've had submitted to us from the Senate. To concur or not concur, I'd like to get that out of the way here so we can then get these down to the clerk's office. I sent information out on this to folks yesterday. You've also can notice that the bills which are coming to us from the Senate as they've been amended appears in our calendar. They've been in the calendar for the last several weeks. So the first bill we will take up is the lesser number HB 320. This is a bill requiring a civics competency assessment as a high school graduation requirement. What this does, changes one portion of that bill. It changes the effective date from 60 days following passage to July 1, 2023. This, remember, is we're not going to have a long debate on this. It's where you just provide the chair here your position on that bill, whether you feel that we should concur with the recommendations coming to us, whether we're not going to concur with that recommendation, or number three, we're going to concur, but we see that the bill could be, or that amendment, and we could work on that and come out with a positive recommendation. So that would be non-concur and recommend a committee of conference. So I'd like to just take a poll of the committee members to find out where we are on this. Representative Moffat, seeing that you are the prime sponsor of that bill, do you have any feeling on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would simply concur with the amendment that the Senate made to move this forward.
The prime sponsor bill has said that. Now, we have, as a committee, have also passed this bill, obviously. Is there any opposition to what has been suggested by Representative Moffett to concur? I'm not seeing any hands up or waving or anything like that, so that's what I'll mark down, concur with the Senate on that bill. Let's go to the next bill. Senate Bill 432. This bill is relative to offenses that prevent employment in a school. And the changes that I see, and I did it briefly the other day, a couple of days back, so I believe that what it does, it changes one portion where we have misdemeanor to felony. That was in Part 1, Section 1 of the bill. The other portions that I see, it's adding for charter public schools, the proposed charter school application shall be presented for approval directly to the State Board of Education by the applicant for the prospective charter public school. The content of such application shall conform to the requirements set forth in RSA, which I just mentioned, the felony, and that adds in a component underneath RSA 194B, Roman 2, double E. You can see that in the backside, and so it's just putting that statutory requirement of where it could be such policy may also include language stating that any person who has been convicted of any rehab misdemeanor, it's now been upgraded to felony, or any of a list of felonies shall not be hired. Comments? Representative Mullen, how do you feel about that?
Well, I'm the prime sponsor on that bill, Representative Ladd, so I do appreciate the point of order to speak. 432 in its original form, as this committee knows, went through relatively easily as a request from the Department of Education to include human trafficking to the list of 189 offenses. We commonly call them Section 5 offenses that would prohibit somebody from being credentialed in New Hampshire to teach. I don't think any of us had an objection to that. It went through easily. When the bill went to the Senate, I presented as prime sponsor, and there was discussion regarding Senate Bill 81, which was Senator Ruth Ward's bill that included the section on charter school employees being held to the teacher code of ethics and conduct. And at that time, Senator Khan presented the notion and the amendment that he agreed with Senator Ward and felt that if people were amenable, they would amend 432 to include the provision that charter school teachers, who are in fact employed public school teachers, would also be held to that code of conduct and ethics. There were a couple of different places where that had to be referenced, as you mentioned, as EE. I have absolutely no problem with charter school teachers being held to the ethical and conduct standards of our traditional public school teachers. And I would ask that people concur with this.
Is there any objection to what Representative Mullen is suggesting? I don't see any hands up. Representative Mullen, I think we're good to go with it. So we will concur with the amendments made by the Senate. And I concur and agree that all teachers need to be held to this level of expectation and conduct. And that's why we spent many years with this particular instrument, the Code of Conduct and Professional Behavior. So thank you very much. So we have concur on both of those bills. Mr. Chairman. Pardon me?
I'd like to say,
Ralph.
thank you for bringing this up and bring back a long tradition in the past that was not done last term with giving everybody on the committee a chance to speak on Senate bills that were amended. So thank you for bringing that back.
You're more than welcome. We've all worked on that for several months here. I think we all deserve the opportunity to have input on it. Okay, with that, we're going to move into the bills which we have set up on the docket today, to be exact. And we'll start moving through these bills. Senate Bill 19 is a bill relative to the degree granting authority of Signum University. You all know that we have HB 513, which is the same identical bill. It's been passed by the House and the Senate, and it's enrolled right now. So I will look to Representative Likas for a motion on that bill, please.
I make a motion to IPL SB 19.
And Representative Bohm seconds that motion. So we have a motion to ITL SB 19, the Signum bill. Is there any discussion?
I think you pretty much said it, Rick.
Okay, thank
We
you.
already passed it.
So let's move on. Okay, so then what we're going to do is have a roll call on that, please. Madam Clerk, are you with us there, Barb?
Oh, yeah,
Hang in there.
there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. All right, this is on Senate Bill 44.
No, 19.
I'm sorry, 19. My apologies. Bear with me. Motion is ITL. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Likas,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Lay.
Representative Porter, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Porter. Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
20-0.
So we'll put that on consent.
No. I'm going to do a minority report on the ITL.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm not sure if you can have a minority report if it's 20-0 though.
Yeah, there is no
Well,
minority.
I think you'd have to vote no. We would need a minority.
Okay, then I'll change my vote to no.
Okay, we have a 19-1 vote. Is there anybody else who wants to switch and change their mind? Okay, so we have a 19-1 vote. Obviously, then you are suggesting that it not go on the consent agenda. Is that what you're saying, Representative Luno?
Correct. I'm suggesting that only because I want to do a minority report on the minority's reason why an ITL is warranted, which I think is different than yours.
Okay, so we'll move ahead. We'll put that on the regular calendar, not on the consent. It's 19-1.
I'm really sorry to interrupt again, but we would have to have two different motions, I believe. You can include both reasonings within the same report, but I don't believe we can have two reports with the same motion.
So point of order on that.
Yeah,
I thought oftentimes there was OTPA motions.
Yeah, if you have an amendment, yeah.
See, I've never heard this either before when we've had a 20-0 and then it's 19-1. And
I mean, there would have to be an
All right,
alternate
so-
motion.
Right,
on an ITL.
right. Whenever we do up the report, we have to say what our alternative motion is. So what is your alternative motion?
Let's see.
I mean,
Could I have
I'm
some
not
time to
sure.
think on that?
Pardon me?
I mean, really, Rick, all I'm trying to do is express the House Democratic Caucus position on the reason why we do not believe Signum University should be granted degree granting authority.
Representative Luno, I think you thoroughly did that when we had a discussion of that when it hit the House floor. Previously, when we had the previous bill that dealt with the same issue. What was it, HB 513?
If it's palatable to the committee, the multiple reasons for voting ITL could be incorporated into one report. But that's up to the writer of the committee report.
I'd be okay with that. And if so, I would change my vote back to yes on the ITL and okay with consent.
Representative Likas should be the writer of that report. Are you, as Jennifer Forrest says, compatible to incorporating some language, the language that was expressed, you ditto what I had said.
Yeah, all I was gonna report was, this is already passed. What do you guys think?
I think the motion is, that it's an ought to pass basic motion. So I don't understand why we're writing in two motions within one report.
Especially since this is already an enrolled bill. I don't understand.
Not saying you need to do two motions in the report, but to express the committee's rationale for the ITL, I don't think is as simple as another bill is passed.
It could say something like some members of the committee felt X and some members of the committee agreed with the committee recommendation for these other reasons.
I've never done this before, Ms. Ford, and I'm not really supportive of doing it now. We had a vote which was supported this bill being ITL.
Basically including a minority report within
I agree, and
the ITL report.
And as chair, I'm not going to support that. I'm not going to tell the person who made the motion how to write that report.
Could it be pulled from the consent calendar and then somebody speak to it?
That's exactly what can happen.
That can always be done.
That it can be done, and I think that's the option for Representative Luno, is the vote it can be pulled, and he can express his concern.
Mr. Chair, could an interim study be an alternate motion?
We have an identical bill, which has been passed by the House, passed by the Senate, and now it's enrolled. So it's on its way, and the government also in previous years university. So I'm not saying I'm not speaking for him right now because I haven't spoken to him on 513 specifically. So
Do you see Rep. Porter has her hand up?
Representative Porter, you have your hand up?
I do. I don't consent to putting it on consent.
Okay, so we can put it on the regular calendar, 19-1. You also then represent Porter's voting in the negative or in the positive. See, it
No,
gets back to that.
I'm not changing my vote. But if it goes on the consent calendar and then needs to be pulled from the consent calendar, it will be at the end of a long session day. If it doesn't go on consent, it will come up in the usual time. And I'm requesting that it come up in the usual time in case someone wants to speak to it.
Okay, it's fine by me for the motion, so.
So we can vote right now or 20 to
Mr. Chair, I'll, if I'm not able to do it sounds like I'm not going to be able to do a minority report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In that case, then I'll stick with my ITL, but I agree with Representative Porter. Let's put it on the regular calendar.
Okay, so are you flipping the vote back? Because we have.
If I'm not able to if you're not going to let me write a minority report on it, then, and we didn't have an opportunity to offer an alternative motion because the ITL motion was taken first, then I'm not sure what other alternative I have.
So we'll put this bill on a 20-0 vote on the regular calendar.
I mean, if you have another motion.
No, there's no other motions gonna come.
You've already.
But I
So
mean,
that's-
at least if he did the one, he has to list what his other motion would be, but
Well,
you don't have
that's
another
why-
motion.
That's why we're not having a minority report.
Right. There's no majority.
Representative Porter,
motion.
is your hand still up or are you just taking it down? So we'll put the 20, Representative Shaw, you're reporting this now as 20-0.
Yes.
Okay, and it will be on the regular calendar. Okay, with that, we're going to move to the next bill, which I'm going to discuss, and that's SB 135. And I looked at Representative Moffett for a motion.
Sure, Mr. Chair, on SB 135, I'd like to make the motion to retain this bill.
Is there a second?
I second.
Representative Leon, you second it. So we have a motion that's on the table to retain 135, made by Representative Moffett and second by Representative Leon. We're open to discussion. We will turn to the maker. Do you care to speak on that, Representative Moffett?
Sure, Mr. Chair. There's a lot to this, and I know others, I'm sure, will have some comments. I simply want to say that some elements and some issues brought up in SB 135 are now already covered and addressed in other measures, which means that this bill is currently structured could create some redundancy and maybe some confusion. So retention is the best option at this time, in my view.
Representative Leon?
I agree with that analysis. This was already incorporated, and so it makes the most sense to retain this.
Okay, it's open to further discussion. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is ignorance from the topic. However, it seems to me that this bill is very important to school districts right now. I know that my school district has sent a letter of support for this bill passage when it was heard in the Senate. So I'm concerned if it's retained, by the time it gets worked on, some districts might be in a real crisis situation. And I'm wondering if you can help me feel better about that.
Further discussion on that?
Rick?
Yes, Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually was reached out to by the chair of my school board as well about this bill and discussing it and looking at the language in the budget. The chair of the Derry School Board was comfortable with the budget language. And I believe that this is already addressed. So it makes more sense to retain it rather than killing the bill.
In addition, we have retained HB 608, which is an adequacy funding bill. And we have taken the position that this whole process of the funding formula, which was studied for the last year and a half or so, and 608, which
No, I accepted your argument.
Oh, okay.
Okay, no, I.
is that somebody on our?
No, I muted them.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that we will, by a motion of retaining, we have some amending language that is language which we should be aware of and go through the hearing process that will help us deal with 608 and that funding formula. And there is a difference in how we proceed this still within the House. We did pass 242, and that is a different perspective, although it does have many similar components of the costing of an adequate education. Further discussion. Representative Likas, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to very much thank Representative Luno for the information, the charts and whatever that you made. I find them very useful, and I really appreciate your work in doing that. And I think as we digest this, this will be very useful in trying to figure this out in the future. It's good information. And I just wanted to reiterate, yes, I know we need to take care of our school districts, but that's what SB2 does. So thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I don't have any information that says House Bill 2 is going to take care of districts, and the particularly for FY22. And House Bill 2 is passed by the House, does provide some, it eliminates some $100 million of statewide education property tax in FY23, but doesn't provide relief in FY22 as a result of pandemic-related enrollment changes that occurred during the school year that we're finishing right now, and you know, in specifically that it's over $45 million affects districts all across the state who are not in fact going to be seeing such a dramatic drop in enrollment, and would in fact have to bear those costs on the local property taxpayer. So that's right out of the gun a $45 million property tax hike for everybody. What HB2 does specifically, and I want to be really clear on this, is provides it does reduce the statewide education property tax by $100 million, and then it directs an additional it's over $17 million to the wealthiest communities, the wealthiest property-wise communities across the state. So what you'd see in House Bill 2, as passed by the Republican House, is you'd see the average or the median property. In fact, the biggest tax cut goes to residents in Newcastle, who would see an average, or at least for the median property in Newcastle, over a $1,000 reduction in property taxes. Going down the list, the number 2 would be Rye, and then Hales location, and then Newington and Portsmouth and New London. Moulton Borough's in there. Waterville Valley's in the top page, and at the very bottom, you're going to see towns like Alstead, Croydon, Hillsborough, Ashland, Hinsdale, and you know, and Haverhill is actually in that. Pittsfield is actually in that, and again, only seeing, you know, a paltry 50-cent relief on the tax bill in FY23 only. I'm prepared to offer amendments that go the other way entirely, and would use that $100 million that Republicans put into the HB2, again, that benefit the property wealthiest communities across the state, and direct that on a need-based formula, much like we did in House Bill 709 from 2 years ago. And it would not just affect FY23, but it would affect FY22, the coming school year, as well as FY23. And in fact, based on the formula, looking at where where the state money would be directed, you'd actually see Berlin seeing an FY22. The tax reduction would begin in FY22 and obviously it would be there in FY23 of almost $4 per thousand, resulting in a property tax reduction of over $250 on the median priced home in Berlin. So they're at the top of the list, immediately followed by Lisbon with almost a $500 tax reduction on the median priced home, Claremont with over a $400 reduction on a median priced home, Charlestown with almost over $380 reduction on the median priced home. In fact, Pittsfield's in the top 10 with nearly a $500 reduction on the median priced home of $150,000, potential tax rate reduction of almost $3 per thousand, $2.99, yielding a reduction in property taxes paid in Pittsfield by almost $450. I could keep going on. Winchester, Newport, Pennacook, Allenstown, Brookline, Boscawen, Northfield, Haverhill. There's Haverhill right there with over a $200 reduction in property taxes paid on the median priced home. So, we're sticking with HB2. Haverhill would see actually they do see something. They get a $62 reduction in FY23 on the median priced home, as opposed to what I said, the $200 reduction both in FY22 and FY23. So they'd save over $400 over the 2 years, as opposed to $62 just in FY23. So, I mean, one of the things that came out of the School Funding Commission work, Rick, and you were there for this, is let's use state money where it's needed most. And I just don't see that in House Bill 2. It's completely opposite that. And it's egregious. And for people that profess to be, people that are against government waste, come on. I mean, House Bill 2 is particularly the way school funding is being done, and sweetheart tax breaks are being cut. It's all about government waste. It's directing state funds to where they're not needed. And the amendments that I talked about last week, I talked about during the hearing, are all about directing our precious state resources to where they're needed most. So what's being done here is just, I think, a travesty against the Granite Staters and taxpayers all across the state. And I was gonna introduce this a little bit later. I'll make sure I send a copy to all the members on the committee. But the Senate did receive a letter from the Jim O'Brien, who's the chair of the Hopkinton School Board. And you may know him because he's also a lobbyist and works for a lot of Republican causes. And he writes in this letter, and again, I do want this to be included in the Senate Bill 135 file, that, and I'm quoting from Jim's letter here, aside from political ideology, we fail to understand why the legislature would undertake this unprecedented action to censor local school districts. It is striking that the House, rather than focus on providing students and communities with the resources needed to provide an adequate education or address the educational funding gap associated with COVID-19, has instead used the budget process to interfere with local control of education and free speech. We hope that the Senate Finance Committee will use its budget process to focus on providing resources to support student learning and provide local property tax relief, rather than fighting a fictitious culture war. Our students and communities deserve better. And so, I think a vote to retain this bill is a vote to kill this bill, essentially. Certainly for FY22, it is, which this bill focuses on. If you're going to retain it, it's not going to do anything. So a vote to retain it is clearly a vote against property taxpayers across the state, in particular in our hardest hit, most vulnerable communities. And so I would encourage everybody to vote against the retain motion. It's ill-advised. I'm glad we're doing this via Zoom. I hope lots of people are watching. I know there's some media reporting out on this. I hope it's widely reported, and I hope state representatives are accountable for their votes.
Further discussion? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur with Representative Luno here. This committee is responsible for dealing with public policy regarding education, particularly the funding of education. By retaining this bill, it basically is saying, we're not ready to deal with this. We've been dealing with this forever. What Representative Luno's amendments provide is a clear statement of where this committee should be as relates to property tax relief, funding of schools, etc. Schools cannot wait another year. We're dealing with a fiscal year that's coming up that needs to have this kind of proposals put forth in a direct kind of a way that can be incorporated into the budget. I really hope this committee will reject the retention motion before us so that we can deal with the amendments that Representative Luno has so aggressively and worked hard to try to provide information to this committee so that they can in fact make a decision. And we need to do that now for the sake of the communities that are out there for next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Leah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am curious if the other representatives have read section 44.1 of House Bill 2. The language in there is almost exactly what is in Senate Bill 135. However, it is more clear. For your reference, that's on page 22, lines 30 through 37. The language of the bill itself, which has a fiscal note, was incorporated in the budget. I know that I'm new, but I don't understand how we'd be able to take up amendments that would need a fiscal note when the budget has already left the House. Is that something that would even be possible?
That's not possible.
Thank you.
Representative Andrews.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Did you say that that's not possible?
Yeah, it is possible.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting yourself.
You're welcome. Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in favor of retaining this bill. I am all for adequate education and monies, but I think we really need to ascertain what districts need what money. So far this year, the government has funded over $650 million to the schools for COVID. Right now, $350 million are going to be given out by the state of New Hampshire to school districts. And for next year, I don't think we have accurate figures on everything. And I'll tell you why. I come from a school district that's not considered a rich school district.
Hello.
But they are going to receive, or us taxpayers are going to receive, a fund balance of approximately $2 million. So if this kind of fund balance is going on in my school districts, what's going on in other school districts? And I just think we need to ascertain who really needs what before we go any further. And I'm in favor of retaining this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at a document from the legislative budget assistant dated April 27th, and it's the estimated total education aid based on the House passed budget. And looking at current law versus what the House passed, I'll look at Berlin since that was mentioned. In 2022, they get an additional $355,000 based on the House passed budget. And in 2023, $351,000 more. Moultonborough was mentioned. That is one of my towns. There is no change in the total aid for Moultonborough. So I think that this information is available. Many towns do receive increased total education aid. So I think that the budget is a good document. And I'll also point out, since Haverhill was mentioned, they have an increase in 2022 of $122,000, almost $123,000, and over $126,000 in 2023. So I think that most towns, looking at this document, will receive an increase in total education aid under the House-passed budget. Thank you.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So you know, this is where we need to really pay attention to the details here. You're talking about the House-passed budget over current law, which current law already puts school districts in a $90 million deficit compared to FY21, the school year that's being finished right now. So over with current law, you're already starting out $90 million in the hole. Representative Cordelli mentioned Haverhill last. So in FY21, Haverhill received an additional, a supplemental grant of $801,514. That goes away and is being replaced by a grant, or by not a grant, an increase, largely due to the indexing of the 3709 adequacy to, I think it gets indexed by 1.5%. And so they're getting an additional, what'd you say, Representative Cordelli, was $100,000 or something like that. So it's about $700,000 less than what Haverhill received in FY21. So this is not something that is restoring, the House budget is not something that's restoring communities with resources beyond what they school districts with resources beyond what they received in FY21. It is pushing them back substantially. So I think Chairman Ladd mentioned that over current law, again, current law, not FY21, that it was a $16 million add-on. So that is still $74 million short of what districts received in FY21. So I think it's really important that when we talk about comparing House, the Republican budget, that we don't use this slippery, current law, that we compare it to FY21, because that's what taxpayers are going to do.
And follow up to what you just mentioned, Representative Luno, and we've discussed this a number of times. The issue of, we were provided in the previous budget one-time money, which amounted to $60 million for fiscal capacity disparity aid in several categories. That was put out by the School Boards Association, the Department of Education, and other organizations. Be careful with that funding you receive. It's one-time money. One-time money that should not be thrown at labor, extending labor contracts, or getting you involved with a labor contract that's going to, or not just a labor contract, but any kind of contract, which is going to cost you in future years. This is one-time money. So that amounted to $60 million. Now, I also realized that we passed a bill, HB 242, which dealt with fiscal capacity disparity aid. We also indicated in that bill there would be no stabilization. So policy has spoken out. Unfortunately, and I agree from one standpoint, this bill is based upon a lot of stabilization. And that, to me, is incorrect. But that's where we are, that their districts are receiving what they're receiving in current law. In fact, more for those communities which need it. I'm not saying that the education formula is fixed. This is why we wanted to retain and work on this from a policy perspective. Thank you. Representative Lakis and then Representative Porter.
Yeah, I was just thinking along those same lines, is how much of that money that you're saying is less than 2021 is because of the one-time money, because that can't really be counted in what they got then, because that was a special circumstance. But the other part is how much money are schools getting because of COVID, and that's real money as well. And how much is that, and does that make up, if you take the one-time money and the COVID money, by my calculations, most schools are actually getting more money than you have to take out the one-time money because that doesn't count. But then you add in the COVID money because that's real money that they're getting. At any rate, I think the numbers don't wash.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is just a comment. I had the honor of substituting in the Finance Committee Division 2 when the budget was being finalized, and $100 million was found, or the revenue estimates came in $100 million, $130 million higher than had been expected, and the Division 2 got $100 million at that time to use for education, and the decision was, unfortunately, to use that $100 million, in my opinion, to give a one-time tax cut on the property, the education property taxes. As Representative Luno mentioned, here in Hillsborough, that difference is going to get me a nice meal. It's not going to do much else, and that $100 million could certainly have been used to do what Representative Luno was recommending with his amendments. So that was one-time money. Everything is one-time money, but we keep finding it the next year. So I'm just pointing that out to you. We could have used that $100 million in a way that really would have benefited taxpayers in school districts, all in the neediest towns, in a beneficial way, instead of giving a nice fat check to towns that have a lot of rich property and nice meals out to those of us who live in property poor towns.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out that the COVID money had a lot of restrictions on it, what it could be used for, and also that schools incurred a lot of costs due to things that they had to do to comply with COVID. Just even routine maintenance has now changed tremendously because of COVID, how everything has to be disinfected. And I'd like to say that even though it was one-time money last year, it was a way to show that property tax relief for once could be really, really done, and done on an equal basis. And several towns that I represent really need that extra money to help their property taxes. Their property taxes are 3-4 times as high as mine. So living in a property rich town. So I think that, it's time to look at helping these schools out, public schools out in towns that are property poor. And we do that by helping with the extra funds that should be distributed on a disparity basis. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm strongly against retaining this bill. This is a bill that lowers property taxes in areas where they need to be lowered, puts more money for education into the areas where it's needed. And it distresses me when people on the committee say one-time money does not count. Ask members of a local school board whether the one-time money counts or not, and you'll get the answer. And as people have said earlier, I'm glad that this particular hearing that we're having, or discussion that we're having, is being will get into the press and will go across the state, and local voters will determine what happens as a result of the way we work on this particular bill. And that will be the determination about whether we're dealing with fair funding for education or something else. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Moffett.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. This committee is made up of folks that have been teachers, administrators, school board members, in my case, all three. We're pretty much part of the education establishment. We care about education. We want to support education. So I got to say a couple things. When school numbers and populations go up, the argument is to give schools more money, which I think we all get. In this case, the school population numbers have gone down, and yet that's being used as a reason to give the schools more money. And I think some of us need to get outside the education establishment and look at this from a broader perspective. I just want to read one small paragraph from a message or letter that Neil Kirk, former finance chair, sent to all of us. And he wrote, public school districts in New Hampshire are slated to receive $350 million under President Biden's $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan, which is more than twice what the federal government promised in December's COVID-19 relief package. It's roughly 8 times what schools here were allocated in the CARES Act a year ago. The so-called strings attached to the use of these COVID funds are tied quite loosely, according to Neil Kirk. They will more than cover any COVID-19 related revenue losses. And he finishes, is it really necessary to add state taxpayer dollars to these already excessively generous federal grants? How many times over should schools be paid for COVID-19 related losses? So I think that we need to hear some of these other voices, like the ones represented by Neil Kirk.
Representative Boone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the retaining and also comment on one-time money. It came supposedly with strings attached that should only be used for capital improvements and infrastructure. Now, in our town, we made sure that we had a special meeting where we voted to put it in our capital improvement budget so the school board can then use it for emergencies and that kind of stuff. We know, for example, elementary school, the electrical system probably will have to be replaced because it dates way back, and other things that we know may happen. So rather than taxing, putting in the budget for future years, hey, we need $50 million for this, we have money. So that's what it was supposed to be used for. It was one time for infrastructure and capital improvement. Some districts used it for other things that they shouldn't have. And now they're going to suffer because they didn't follow the recommendations. So I think we need to retain this to find out what, if anything, the budget is going to do. Also, too, this, as I understand it, should have been an early bill because of the financial thing, but it wasn't given it to us that way. So, yeah, I think we need to look at it, look at other bills, say with funding, and come up with, and for next November, come up with a good bill to fix some of the school funding other than what the House does. The House budget and the Senate budget has done. Thank you.
I'd like to follow up to that just for a second, that when we passed HB 242, it dealt with all the components of adequacy, dealing with the base cost, dealing with the differentiated aid as well. The other areas which we've had fiscal capacity disparity aids above and beyond and grant money. But looking back at that base cost, we also included within 242 the components, what make up base adequacy. What is the base cost comprised of? Well, it's comprised of the teachers, support staff, books, classroom equipment, computers, technology support. All that has been in that base cost for years, right back to when we all started here And we looked at that formula that came out of that Legislative Oversight Committee that dealt with all this back in 2008. We have a responsibility as a policy committee to look at that and to identify, are the inputs now matching up with the needs in the schools? And that's something that needs to be done. We would do that in conjunction with this retaining the bill and get the policy statements addressed. I think that everybody agrees here that we need fiscal capacity disparity aid. There's different ways of doing that, but I thought we had all pretty much gotten to the same page in terms of using equalized property valuation per pupil and trying to address those towns where their equalized property valuations are as low as $350,000 approximately, and you have, of course, some that are up well over $7 million per pupil. There's a huge difference there and a huge difference in capacity to raise dollars. But we also have other issues. We have some communities which have high property valuation per pupil, but also have lower median family incomes based upon the people who are living in the community and those which are in the condos and all that go down to Massachusetts, everything when the skiing season is over. And so they still have those property valuations which they're taxing within those communities, yes. But we also have that same value of that rate applied to those which don't have that capacity to pay that within those communities. I understand there's problems, and I understand we need to address them. We have tried to address them, and we will continue to try to address them. And so I just want to make it clear that what Representative Moffitt also said is something that has to be taken into account. Our demographics in the state, since going back 20 years ago, are significantly lower today than they were then. And we're expecting to see another huge decrease in the next 8 to 10 years. So we cannot continue to keep funding based upon what was received and building it all up based upon our stabilization. We need a formula that's going to be accurate and support the education needs of all in the state. And I think we're working towards that. I think we have a lot of understanding there. However, we are hopefully the bill that we're seeing coming through the House, we did fund more than current law suggests. In FY22, another $16 million. In FY23, another $17.5 million. So there are increases there. Of course, I understand Representative Luno's where he's coming up with that data. However, we're not looking at the current law. We're looking at various components like the one-time money, which is fiscal capacity aid, which was the $60 million out of that $90 million everybody's talking about. Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate your comments, particularly those that reflect you've been dealing with this problem since 2008 and the fact that it needs to be addressed. Well, that's the point. It needs to be addressed. And when you're talking about declining enrollments in the next 8 to 10 years, that doesn't solve the next 2 years of budget. And putting it back in to wait and look at this, 242 was the old-fashioned way of count pencil, count desk, count kids, and divide. We've done nothing to improve education property tax relief with this bill. I would ask how many people sitting around this room sometime during the last political campaign didn't say, let's reduce property taxes and let's stop having state money, state bills passed down to localities. I can't imagine anyone didn't say that, but that's exactly what we're doing. So we're not helping property taxes. We're not helping education across the state. We are supposed to be helping education across the state for all students. I think the fact that you just pass this kick in the bucket, you are absolutely correct, Representative Ladd. You've been kicking it since 2008, and the one chance to address it, we haven't. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock, we've had several chances to address it, and we have. You look back at the task force report that came out of 2018, and you look at what we proposed through HB 242. We're looking at identifying the cost of an adequate education versus what came out of the commission, which was looking at the total cost based upon what is annually submitted by the DO on DOE 25 form to support students, which involves athletics and all kinds of things which are not part of adequacy. So you can't come up with an average cost based upon everything we're spending for students. It's got to be what is necessary for instruction and curriculum. That has not been addressed, and that needs to, and that's where policy has to step in. And that's what we're trying to do with HB 242. Representative Likas.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Representative Ladd.
One of the things that I am very appreciative that Representative Luno printed out that I really wanted to see was what people are actually paying on their taxes, not tax rates, not this town is worth this much and this town is worth this much. So the first thing I looked at was Berlin, which yes, has a 39.82% tax rate. But on average, people pay $2,590. And I looked at my town, which is considered a property-rich town, Hudson. Hudson, yes, we only pay 20.28%, which is about half of what Berlin is, and yet we actually end up paying $5,403, which is twice what the people of Berlin are paying. And that's why I objected all along since last term to planning, figuring out how much money towns should get based on their property valuation, because that doesn't really give you a picture of the taxes in the town. And so this gives us a better picture of the actual taxes. Berlin, people in Berlin are paying half what the people in Hudson are paying, even though their tax rate is twice. So, and as Representative Luno said, well, they make half as much money. Well, they're paying half as much taxes. So it's still equitable. And so I think we need to spend this time to come up with another way of figuring out, like, I really like the free and reduced lunch method. If we could, because we don't have average amount of money that people make in a town, but that makes more sense. What is the actual tax burden to the human being, to the taxpayer, not overall? And so I think we need to go back and look at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You and I and Representative Myler have obviously been, and others have been working on this a long time. And I think, and I've particularly been putting a lot of time in on the amendments for Senate Bill 135. I also put a lot of effort in using the DRA data to develop the spreadsheets that I sent to the committee and sent to the media in the last couple of days. And I think, in all transparency, when we talk about what a property taxpayer is paying on a median priced home in their town, we need to have full disclosure on that, which the spreadsheets do, unlike what Representative Likas just talked about. So the median priced residential property in Berlin is $65,000, $65,050 actually. So, and they're paying almost $2,600 in property tax on that $65,000 piece of property. And this comes from the DRA data. It includes residential land as well as residential improved properties. So that's the median in Berlin, $65,000, and they're spending almost $2,600 in property taxes on that. So you know, I think as you go to the southern part of the state, you're going to see median property taxes, median property valuations being substantially higher than $65,000. So I think it's important to look at all the data in those spreadsheets. The other thing that I think is very important to know, and I think this goes to points that were made by Representatives Moffitt and Bohm, who suggested that look, we shouldn't be asking the taxpayers to spend more money. Well, first of all, the taxpayers spend money in New Hampshire on property taxes. That's where it is. It's not state taxes. By and large, it's property taxes, for sure, when it comes to schools. And what we're seeing in non-property tax state revenues going to schools, or actually, I don't even want to say going to schools, in the Republican House budget, is $100 million going to basically going for this like sweetheart swept tax cut that directs those monies to the most property wealthy communities, and then an additional $36 million. This would be the 16 million in FY22 and the 17 million in FY23 that basically are changes in the indexed amount of base adequacy and differential aid. It doesn't come anywhere close in either one of those years to what Senator Hennessy is proposing in Senate Bill 135, which is $45 million just to cover the basic adequacy losses as a result of the pandemic enrollment shifts, temporary pandemic enrollment shifts. So of that total, $100 million plus the $36 million, all of it directed towards skewing towards the property wealthy communities, certainly not directed at all towards where the state resources are needed most, is not at all consistent with, I think, good government fiscal policy. In fact, it's government waste, and what I hope this committee will do is open the door to letting us introduce the three amendments that don't even total up at $136 million. So it's actually less than what you're spending right now in House Bill 2, and directs that money to where it's needed. And just to use Berlin as an example, the House budget directs $34 in tax savings on that median property in Berlin, only in FY23, as opposed to $260 in tax savings, both in FY22 and another $260 in FY23. So over $500 in tax savings. And you see the exact same thing in Pittsfield, where the Republican budget generates $67 in tax savings, FY23 only, on the median priced home in Pittsfield of $149,950. The amendments that we've got would direct $448 in tax savings on that same median priced home in FY22, and that same $448 again in FY23, and it all does it with actually less money than the state's currently pushing to Newcastle, Rye, Portsmouth, and communities that have much less need than others across the state. So I think let's make sure if people are saying, well, we shouldn't be asking the taxpayers to do more. Well, first of all, we're not by adopting these amendments, because the money's already in the state budget to do this. And secondly, if you go to retain it, we are in fact asking the taxpayers to do more, and they understand that. They know that. They'll certainly know it when they see their tax bills.
Thank you, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not only are the House values different and have to be taken into consideration, but not all students achieve based on the same resources. And in these poor communities, the property poor communities, oftentimes with high free and reduced hot lunch, or they have a significant amount of poverty. The students from those areas take more resources. And even though the student population is decreasing in some of these areas, the need and the cost for their education is going up. And one of the great things about the commission report was that it flipped us from thinking about how many people, how many deaths, how many students. We flipped that to what does it take for student achievement? to bring everybody in their state up to a level of student achievement that we will be proud of. And I'm proud that New Hampshire is in the top 10. And I'm proud to have taught at a school that was in the upper echelon of student achievement. But we had tremendous resources. And I can just drive 10, 15 miles away from my home and go to another school that's in the bottom of the achievement bracket. And it's not because the teachers aren't trying. It's not because the school isn't trying. It's because they need additional resources and they have milked their property taxes to the highest level that people just can't tolerate anymore. And it also economically affects their town. When the school is not achieving, the town doesn't, people don't come into the town. People come into towns because they want a good school system for their children. And it affects businesses, it affects the real estate of that town, it affects the people in that town after a while. They just get beaten down. And if we can do something about it, and we can do something about it right now, and as Representative Luno said, at equal or even less cost, but just with some disparity aid, then we should do it. And we should at least look at it now and consider it, which would be letting him put his amendments in. But even more than that, let's do something now. We did something last term that made a difference. Let's do something now.
Representative White.
Yeah, I very much realize that housing values are much higher in the south of the state, which is why I wanted this printed up, because my point was that it's not the housing value that matters, because my 200-year-old farmhouse is still a 200-year-old farmhouse, and its value has skyrocketed just because I live in the southern part of the state. People want to move in, which all that says is right now there is a small amount of houses available and a small number of people who make a lot of money moving in. But I will tell you, while we are well above average on property value, we are also above average on free and reduced lunch. So just because some houses are selling at a high amount of money, which brings the property value up across the entire town, doesn't mean people are making more money. It doesn't mean people can afford more to spend in taxes. It just means that at the moment, we have a housing shortage in the southern part of the state, and people are willing to pay a lot of money. The people who are moving, which is a small portion of the people who live there, are moving in and driving the housing prices up. My house value only matters if I sell it and move. In the meantime, I pay taxes based on that current value. So what I'm saying is the values are not equal from one part of the state to the other. The same house in the southern part of the state is going to be valued much higher than the exact same house in the northern part of the state. Doesn't say anything about what my income is, what their income is, what my tax is, what their tax is. And that's why I wanted to actually be able to compare taxes paid rather than what somebody made up for the value of my house, which has skyrocketed since I've lived in the same town all these years. But I'm not going to get any money out of that until I move, which I may die in that house. So I may never see that increased valuation. And so my point is, property value is not the thing to be looking at when we're trying to figure this out. If we could do income, that'd be great, but we don't have those numbers. But what we have is free and reduced lunch, which takes the place of that. So free and reduced lunch, I think, is a much better metric for how much aid is needed. For instance, in Nashua, same taxing, same school district, same everything. But as you were talking about how students perform, yes, they perform very differently from one part of that city to another, even though it's the same school board. It's the same taxing rate, it's the same entity, and yet one neighborhood does very different than another. But one of the things you'll see different between them is free and reduced lunch percentages. So that makes a much, mostly because of the amount of attention that the students get at home, the amount of education that the students get at home. The largest predictor in Nashua of how students do in school is actually the education level of the parents. And so, yes, we need to make up for that. But how do you tell whether this community in that city or that community in that city is going to get more or less money to make up for the difference in attention that those kids are getting at home? Free and reduced lunch makes a much better metric for that. And so that the part of this bill that deals with free and reduced lunch, I'm all for. It's the part that has to do with property valuation and all of that, because I think those are artificial numbers, as in related much less to what people make, much less to what type of house, and much more to how desirable that and how few homes are available for sale and how much valuable those homes are, how much people want to move into that area, more than anything. So that's a rate.
As a committee, Representative Lakis, and I'll just reflect again back to HB 242, and I'm going to read that bill that passed this House and has gone to the Senate. There's a portion of that bill that addresses exactly what you just said, Representative Lakis. It says the cost of physical capacity disparity aid is a separate grant from adequacy and shall be provided to municipalities with the lowest equalized property valuation per pupil. That's not where you're going, but it says that. It also goes on, an additional disparity achievement proficiency aid grant shall be provided to eligible school districts, schools, and charter public schools to improve academic achievement and growth of level 1 and level 2 proficiency students as identified in the annual statewide assessment pursuant to the RSA. That level 1 and 2, there's a direct relationship between poverty, free and reduced, for students on the lowest two levels of that test, 1 and 2. And so we recognize towns like areas like Portsmouth have these large pools of kids which are not achieving, that have a handicap of some kind, or have a disability of some kind, or that have an issue where they're not achieving. And that bill, as we proposed, tried to address both areas, the property valuation per pupil and those other areas which Representative Lakis is talking about. We have done that in our policy statement. And here we are rehashing, saying this is what we got to do. We did it. As a policy committee, we've done it. So now it's up to the whole House and others to make sure that we get some physical capacity disparity aid built in, and we don't have any more stabilization in the future. Representative Tanner, is your hand still up?
You're muted.
I think one of the things Representative Lakis is pointing out is how regressive property taxes are. And I hope that she sees that and perhaps looks at maybe another way with a tax whose name shall remain nameless.
Nameless, Representative Lade.
That's probably a great reason to retain this bill. If we're looking to larger things like changing how education is funded or which taxes, let's retain this. We have the language we need for the free and reduced lunch in the budget. The Senate should probably keep it since this is Senator Hennessy's bill. I don't think that this language to make these districts whole for free and reduced lunch is at risk, but by retaining this, we can start looking at things because there's a clear difference of opinion, and we're not going to hammer this out today, even if we stay till midnight.
No, we're not going to hammer it out today, and by retaining it, though, the bill's not dead. The bill can be worked on and brought back along with 608. So if they don't have any more
FY22.
Pardon me?
It'll be dead for FY22.
Representative Porter, do you have your hand up?
I just was wondering if the issues that you're talking about weren't discussed in the commission that worked over the last year. I was under the understanding that those kinds of issues were what was the focus of that commission. To keep this another year to look at those same things that were already looked at through the work of that commission seems redundant to me.
Okay, thank you very much. I was a member of that commission, and of course, it was a vote of 16, I was the one. It was just a matter of fact that, and we've spoken about it today, there's different ways to put the budget together. I believe in an input system, not based upon some figure that's extrapolated from the DOE 25 form, which includes costs which are above and beyond what I believe is an adequate education. And so the figures that have been used in some cases are figures that are higher than they should be and are not necessarily just, adequacy. It could be a marching band, the cost of that is in that commission report. But I'm not negating the commission report and findings all the way through. There are a lot of good things which were discussed. And there's some of those are reflected in 242. And we have sent the message. It's now a matter of, I think policy's basically done our job. We can still do more work on 608 and this bill itself. 135. The bill which we had in 608, we just did not have the time because it was an early bill. And the formula which we had, the funding formula, we received information on that almost the day that we were taking action on it. So this committee flat ran out of time. So at this point in time, I'm going to just take a couple more hands and then we're going to have a vote here because we have other bills today, omnibus bills, which have various parts to them. Representative Tanner.
First of all, I'd like to say this is one of the most important bills that we're reviewing today because it makes a significant difference next year. And I would strongly recommend that we vote down the retain motion and put an ought to pass motion on the bill so that we can at least hear Representative Luno's amendments. And then if you folks still think, or certain folks on the committee still think that we're, not going to do this, they can then vote that ought to pass bill down or motion down, and we can have another motion in its place. But I think to retain this bill is to kill this bill. And it certainly kills hope for many communities, many school districts. And like I said, it's not just the school. We're talking about how the property tax and what happens at the school affects the community and the economics of that community. So I would strongly urge that we vote down retain, listen to the amendments. And then after that, if you still can't deal with this bill, then ITL or vote against the ought to pass and put an ITL up on it. To retain it is just not only kicking it down the road, but it's a kick in the face to the people that have to deal with this next year.
Representative Milo.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur with the words of Representative Tanner. Earlier in this session, I requested of you and this committee to hear a full briefing on the School Funding Commission. That was denied. In fact, we had time. We've had time this month to have that briefing. So now what we're being asked to do is to retain a bill where we could have had that time to really look at the school funding. I would remind this committee that the commission voted 16-1 to accept this commission's report. It fundamentally changes how we fairly allocate current school funding, not additional school funding, current school funding, to make sure that the disparities that exist in our state, where kids are not having a chance to fairly have an equitable education as other students. By retaining this bill, we basically are saying to those districts that have disparities in it, no problem, we don't care. For another year, we're going to kick it down the road one more year, and I'm sure we'll do it another time. Totally disappointed in this fundamental issue of tax relief and funding schools, that this committee, if they vote to retain this, shirks their responsibility of making a public statement of what we think should be done with schools, funding, and tax relief.
I'm going to take one more hand, and then we're going to have to vote on the retained motion. Representative Leon.
My question was to clarify, what I wanted to do was clarify Representative Myler's statement. That 16-1 vote on the commission was straight down party lines. So I don't want anybody to think that that was a bipartisan.
Point of order. That's not.
Yeah,
that's
point of
incorrect.
order. That's absolutely wrong.
That's incorrect.
That is absolutely incorrect. Party lines, when we met as a commission, we basically parked any political feelings we had at the door, and we were focusing on students. There were more Republicans on that committee than just Representative Ladd, believe me. That's a totally erroneous statement.
Including the governor's representative on the commission.
Okay, folks, I can rebut that, but I'm not going to. I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's just an ignorant comment.
Okay, that comment's not needed.
That's
Of the elected officials on that committee, and I went to the chair or to Representative Luno and asked, could we think about putting more Republicans, elected Republicans on, when the chair had the option to do so? And the answer was no. So with that, I'm going to call, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Sorry, Representative.
This is to retain
Yes.
SB 135. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Muted.
Can't hear you.
Yes,
did you say yes, Representative Ford?
I did.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No,
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
Absolutely not.
Representative Ellison,
Strong no.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Porter,
No,
Representative Woodcock,
In honor of all New Hampshire students, no.
9, oh, Representative Ladd,
Yes.
11-9.
Now that's a party line vote.
Thank you very much. So the next bill which we have to address is SB 44. And I'd like to call Representative Cordelli for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ITL on House, Senate Bill 44.
And Representative Bohm?
I second it.
Thank you. Do we have anything from the the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that this bill has many issues, many problems. It is opposed by the Department of Education. It is opposed by the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. Let me quote from the email that we received from that department and the Commissioner, Taylor Caswell. He outlined 3 concerns with the bill. First of all, it commits the Office of Workforce Opportunity to funding a program that is not currently part of the combined state plan. And I'll get to that in a moment. Number 2, many of the partnerships in the Workforce Opportunity Office already have these services. And number 3, the community college is free to develop any sort of training program they like. 1 year ago, February 2020, all the stakeholders got together and developed a combined state plan. I went and found the plan. It's over 350 pages long and includes all the stakeholders and comes up with a plan on how these services are to be provided and who is responsible for the funding. For instance, RSA 282A:182, dealing with the training fund, says that the funds shall be solely determined by the Commissioner of the Department of Employment Security, and that the Commissioner shall act as fiscal agent for all monies in that training fund. But this legislation really counteracts that RSA without modifying it. The Department of Education, which has funds in terms of adult education and training, opposes it. So I think that maybe, though well-intentioned, I think that this Senate bill has many problems and should be ITL.
Representative Bone?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with the IPL. Number 1, right now, I mean, people through stimulus money, extra money for being on unemployment, had money available to them to take a course that they needed for a certificate or a badge or whatever. So that money was there. And right now, in New Hampshire, there are more there are more job openings than people that are on unemployment. So, and hopefully, once they stop being paid for being on unemployment, which is coming this next month, that they'll see all those signs up for everywhere, for just about every kind of job opening, that maybe they'll get filled. So with that, yeah, we don't need this, there's no sunset thing. In other words, if the federal money goes away. So with that, I think it needs to be idea.
Thank you very much. Discussion, Representative Shaw.
Yes, thank you. We have a problem in our state, and not just our state, but other states, where we have young people coming out of quitting school, coming out of high school with no direction whatsoever as to where they want to go. A workforce program like this would take these kids off the street, take these young people and show them that there are jobs out there. Sure, you can see in every storefront, help wanted, help wanted. But is it something they can do? So many of them don't even understand what it's like to work or what it is. I'm not expressing myself well, but the point I'm trying to make is this is for the betterment of the future of our state, of our cities, getting kids involved, getting young people involved, letting them realize that there are opportunities for good jobs out there that they probably have no clue that they could do. So that's my reason for supporting it. and not supporting an ITL. Thank you.
Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
I grapple with this on and off business, and I'm sorry, I don't always get it right. I'd like to speak in favor of ITLing this bill, although originally I was not thinking in that way. And the reason is the bill needs to be improved, focused, and all these various groups pull together to work in unison rather than in partial support in various ways. What Representative Shaw said is correct. But many of these students also serve or are situated in situations like my own when I was in school. Neither of my parents had been to college or had had that opportunity in their lives. And so when I went to college, I had no one at home who understood what was supposed to happen from that particular experience. And so it takes time to figure out where it all fits. When I taught in the community colleges in New Hampshire and in Massachusetts, I had a lot of students who thought, oh, I'll learn computers and I'll have to do that. I don't need to write English essays. And then I would ask him the question, how do you propose to sell your program if you don't write out a good description of it and then pitch it to somebody so they can understand it? If you can't argue it, you can't sell it. And then they'd say, oh, yeah, I guess so. I worked with framing carpenters one time, and one time we were talking about squaring the box so we could, one, get our first paycheck, and two, get the foundation ready to go. And the director of our team said to the one guy, go and measure the corners and then measure the other corners and see if they're the same. And he said, why would I do that? And he said, to prove that it's square. So we build up the building, it'll be square. And he said, you mean there's a use for that stuff? I remember it. He didn't say stuff, of course, but he's a carpenter. But that's what he meant. No one had ever explained to him that there was a use for that stuff, that knowledge. And so he dropped out of high school. Later went to a trade school, but he dropped out of school. And that's what this kind of program is to do, is to reach those people who do not have the understanding in their family, their life experience, whatever, to get introduced to how that will work for them to build a career and how to envision a life that involves more education. Now, you don't have to overdo it like me and take 4 and 5 degrees, but a degree would be a good start. And that's what this is, getting them to a good start, to understanding how education links with avocation and vocation. And that's what we're really trying to do in this kind of bill. And I'm going to work with the people involved, and we will bring back a bill in a year that's much better than this bill, much more focused, and we'll figure in how all the parts have to work with who signs on what paper.
Representative Mullen. Thank you very much. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For expediency's sake, I have 2 questions and I'll direct them both to you. One, I don't remember the Department of Education testifying against this bill. And I was wondering if you could just refresh my memory on what their specific objections were. And second of all, this bill was a bipartisan bill, and you were actually a co-sponsor on the original bill. And I'm wondering if you would mind commenting on what you feel got thrown out, what part of the baby got thrown out with the bathwater in the amendment?
The bill addresses requires the community college system in New Hampshire to administer this program. Currently, we have New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs involved with it. We also have the Department of Education, which is includes the career technical education centers. Resources come from for this program. They come from the Federal Workforce Opportunity Investment Act. And that act has 4 titles, titles 1 through 4. Title II addresses funds for adult education, and Title IV, vocational rehabilitation. I'm concerned about how these resources are going to be allocated now, seeing the administration of this program now is up to the Community College System New Hampshire. I'm concerned about the longevity of where resources are going to come from in order to maintain this program in the future. The Community System New Hampshire now and the University System New Hampshire are in another area. We're talking merger, and we don't know how the overall governance of these particular groups is going to look like in the future. So involving the Department of Education, you don't see DOE mentioned in this bill at all, other than CTE. And I believe that there needs to be more reference and involvement with them. The department is certainly a partner. And so those are my concerns about this particular bill. I'm all for workforce development and always have been, and will advocate for it in the future. I just don't think, and I'll support what Representative Ford said, I don't think it's ready. I think there's a lot of loose ends in it that need some better definition.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to add that the School Board Association, I have here on our notes from that hearing, that they were against. However, they did not sign in on that, sign up to speak or testify or anything. So Rep. Mullen had been looking for that information.
Okay, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now is the time to do this bill. I concur with Representative Ford's comments about the need, but now is the time to do this. We have people who are getting ready to go back to work. And this bill provides an opportunity for those who are going back to work to perhaps look at another alternative that would advance their current employment status beyond what they currently, or what they would have done prior to COVID. Now is the time to deal with this. We received a letter today from the the BIA. They support this bill. These are the folks who are looking for good employees. They support this on the presumption that people will have a chance to advance themselves in the employment concern. Now is the time to do this, not to wait.
Thank you. Representative Cornell.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm against ITLing this. We had much more support in the hearing for the bill than against it. And like Rep. Myler just said, we got a letter this morning from the BIA. The auto dealers, which represents 500 businesses, supported it. The community college supported it, and it said it identifies pathways for higher skills and better jobs. So there might not be a lot of unemployment, but it's people working at $7.25 an hour and they have to work 2 jobs. So that's taking up a lot of the jobs. She also said it would position the group to apply for federal grants to get more money for more training. The L&A barriers were needed. So I just think that there's much more reason to pass this bill right now than to ITL it.
Thank you very much. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see a fiscal note on this bill, so I'm curious as to what money was being discussed when you were discussing the concern about funding.
We're talking about the administration of the workforce and the federal monies that come down. Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, the community college would then be the minister of that. And BEA opposes it because it duplicates existing efforts and commits agency resources towards such efforts in ways not previously anticipated. And so plans have been developed, applications have been received. I just don't think there's too many unanswered questions which were brought up by the Business and Economic Affairs folks, the commissioner of that organization.
Thank you.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on a point that Representative Mullen made, and I guess the question goes either to you or Representative Cordelli. Who at the Department of Education has filed the objection to this bill? Was it the commissioner or was it someone from the Office of Adult Education in the department?
I have not talked with anyone in adult education in the department. Could I?
Yes.
Follow up? I mentioned earlier the combined state plan, and I would encourage everyone to look at that. The vision that the mission that they outlined was to promote and advocate for talent development by partnering with businesses, agencies, educational institutions, and organizations to support a unified and an innovative workforce development system that meets the needs of businesses and individual customers. They outline values, priorities. As I said, it's over 350 pages long. They talk about program-specific requirements, about core programs and coordination of state plans between these agencies. That's all in this program. There are things going on. It sets performance goals for the core programs. I would encourage anyone who's concerned about this bill and workforce development to take a look at the state plan.
Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Representative Cordelia, where can I find that plan? That was the deal.
I can send it
That would be great.
to you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was wondering, again, the question about the Department of Education's objection. I see that Diana Fenton is on this webinar, and I was wondering if perhaps she could tell us what their objection is. Thank you.
She's here. We can have her speak.
Yeah, she's here.
I'm sorry, what person?
Diana Fenton.
Yep, she's here. Okay. Ms. Fenton, we're going to promote you. Just 1 minute. Welcome to education.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe the question, I don't recall testifying on this bill. I might have, so forgive me at this point in the session. Sometimes my memory fails me. I do recall that the concern was simply it appeared to be a very limited role the DOE would play in this bill. And that, to the best of my knowledge, was the only concern. But again, I don't recall if I testified to it, and I don't believe that anyone from adult education to address Representative Ellison's question testified to that.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Attorney Fenton?
Rep Woodcock has his hand raised.
I don't see his hand.
Oh,
there. So now, Representative Woodcock.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Not of Attorney Fenton, just when you have a moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Diana. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going back to the presentations and looking at my notes, and I kept on recalling, as I reflect on my notes, that this bill's focus was unemployed and underemployed. And I agree with Representative Shaw that this is, in Mila, this is the chance to move forward for folks that need to get out of the $7.25 range and get some skills. And you have businesses, including the auto industry, that came up and spoke, yes, 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 we need people who are helping to train them. I think what we're doing a disservice to our young people of the state by not allowing this bill to go through. Thank you. We have underemployed.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm looking at my notes. I'm trying to understand where the DOE objection came from, just as I think many people are. I just scanned email. I didn't see a letter. I was wondering if looking at my notes, I don't see anybody from the department testifying. So I'm just wondering where that came from. And I think Representative Cordelli, I think you introduced that idea.
Yes, I recall some conversations with people. I don't have my notes with me on that. But I would just like to say that the Department of Education in the WIOA Combined State Plan is one of the required partners, both in terms of Titles 1, 2, and 4. So they are a significant partner with the others in that state plan. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. Based on your answer, recent answer, is it now the fact that we do not have a written objection from the Department of Education to this particular bill?
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Given where we are now, do we have a written objection from the Department of Education to this piece of legislation?
I don't recall seeing an email from them. Are there any further questions?
Well, so, sure, Mr. Chair. So would it then be fair to say that the department has not weighed in on this legislation as opposed to what was offered earlier?
I don't know of an official position that they have taken at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Leah just stepped out for a moment to take a call. I see Representative Bowman has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. In the past, Automobile Association, DIA, and other industries has worked with the community college to develop training. Example, the National Community College, they have a auto repair course being done. Across the state, community colleges are doing training for what is needed in the industry. Also, from my own past experiences, if someone needed training and with the unemployment being and then needed people, the company would do that training. You don't need government spending, federal government spending in this case, to do that. They spent enough already. So that we do not need this program. There are courses available. I do agree that high schools are not teaching what they should be teaching. For example, even when I went to high school many decades ago, I mean, I said, what would I need this math for? The teacher, no, because in most cases, the teachers have never been out of a classroom. And that's one of the problems. And like was brought up on how to figure out a right angle and why would they use it for measuring the depth and those kinds of things. I mean, I didn't know that until afterwards, watching it on television. But the thing is, training is available. The high school are not doing a good job on it. They're not telling people why this is needed, why you should do this. But this is not part of that. And industries will do the training just like they're doing now. They do not need this. Thank you.
Representative Cantor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I visited a similar workforce development group over in Vermont. And, the big thing, just like Representative Ford said, a lot of the soft skills, like just, going to work, getting up, how to dress for work, how to talk to people, how to shake hands, how to look people in the eye, those kinds of things. A lot of students, a lot of kids, and I think Representative Shaw mentioned this, a lot of kids that are just, they don't have direction. They don't have direction at home. This is something that takes them from that level and gives them that type of mentoring that, yes, teachers teach things like that. That's why we have performance-based assessments now and experiential learning. That's being taught in schools. But if it's not at the home, if it's not in their culture, if it's not something that rings a bell in their head, that sometimes they're not ready for it. But certainly once they get out in the real world and they want to get into the workforce, well, they don't necessarily want to get in the workforce, but they need a job. They need to get in the workforce. We need them to get into the workforce and get off the streets. This is a great opportunity. And I personally don't see such a bad objection to this that we can't pass it. And then people work on it that are a part of this group that's been listed in here. I think the community colleges are well suited to take this on. And I would oppose the ITL. I think from Representative Ford's point of view, a retain to work on it and bring it back also would be good. But ITL is just, I think it's to kill this bill right now sends out a bad message. Again, it's a message as well as an opportunity. So I will vote against the ITL. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli, do you have a hand up?
Yes, thank you. I again go back to the fact that we have a state plan that's been in effect for, I think, a little bit less than a year. You know, we've heard before about giving programs the chance to work. Well, we have a state plan that all the stakeholders were invested in and contributed to, anywhere from the Employment Security to the Department of Education, Senior Community Service Employment Program. They're all involved in developing this state plan. I would hope that anyone who is going to vote against the ITL would have looked at the state plan and know what is going on as a reason for objecting to the ITL. What happens to the funding that's elsewhere in statute? What happens there? The Job Training Fund. What happens to that that's under the Department of Employment Security? Do we just ignore that RSA? This, I'll point out, this takes effect on passage. So we're headed for a lot of problems if we pass this bill.
At this point in time, I'm gonna, Attorney Fenton's still there. These are the questions that I had as well. We have a state plan and we're gonna change something without having gone through the application process with the feds and put this in effect immediately upon being passed. There's something that doesn't equate there with me. I'm not against workforce support, but this process seems that needs more work. Attorney Fenton there.
Yes, she's able to speak. Go ahead, Ms. Fenton.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. So in looking at this language, Representative Ladd, I do agree. If you look at page 2, lines 2 and 3, it says use resources from the Federal Workforce Opportunity Investment Act. So I just had the opportunity to speak with the commissioner, and that is a concern because it would use resources from a federal program. And we believe that would violate our obligations under this federal program in terms of how we disseminate those funds. And the effective date is a concern as well.
So Attorney Fenton, question then, when we're looking at modifying how we use these funds from federal programs, and we have all kinds of federal programs, what's the process for realigning how we use? Can you explain the application process a little bit, or is there somebody there that can do that?
I can speak to it in general terms without going into the details of this particular grant. We would have to look at the requirements and obligations of that particular federal program and see how they can be allocated and see if there's any opportunity for a waiver.
So are there other questions that may be directed to Department of Education, Attorney Fenton at this point in time?
Rep. Likas.
Rep. Likas, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understand. If we pass this, and this sounded really good to begin with, but if we pass this, are we then violating other RSAs that are already in existence regarding monies for this very type of program? Or federal law, either one? That's my question.
So the concern, again, if you look at line 3 on page 2 of the bill, is that term, use resources from Federal Workforce Opportunity Investment Act. And so the concern is that this would violate that federal program. Yes.
I'm sorry, what did you say? It would violate
It would violate the federal program or the federal application for how we use those monies.
Okay, thank you very much, Diana.
Representative Myler, you have your hand up for a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. We can't forget, I think, the essence of what this bill is about. And let me quote from the bill. The purpose of the Workforce Pathway Program is to advance the skills and placement of unemployed, underemployed New Hampshire adults into high-demand job entry positions by providing job-ready credentials through a certificate program. Further, it says that the program shall provide training to furloughed, laid off, dislocated, underserved, and other populations affected by COVID. So this is an immediate issue. And I don't see why this is a problem, particularly when you have businesses who are saying they need this program now. Why would we want to ITL this? Thank you.
I think one of the concerns, Representative Myler, is that, and Taylor Caswell in his letter, who's commissioner of the BEA, stated as his #1 concern about this bill, it commits OWO to funding a program that is not currently part of the combined state plan. So we have a state plan that's been approved federally, and now we're going to change it. Can we use those resources? I don't believe we can use those resources. I think the bill probably needs, and I agree, I like the idea of the workforce and the whole principle behind this, but I'm concerned, and that's why I signed on to it as a sponsor of the bill initially when I didn't see this part or understand this part. Now seeing how it interacts with federal dollars and an application that's been approved by the feds, but we're going to change it without that approval of the feds. That's where it breaks down for myself. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. First of all, is that something that could be fixed with an amendment to this bill? Because it is an important bill, and if that's the sticking point, perhaps a way around it could be worked. My second statement is I wanted to respond to something that Representative Bohm had mentioned earlier on about schools not preparing young people for the trades. And I just wanted to make a comment that yesterday I was on a Zoom call where a superintendent of a property poor town was bemoaning the fact that he had to eliminate the elementary school art teacher position because they couldn't afford to fund it. And in my own school district, I know we have not had on campus a manual arts or home economics or those kinds of trade courses because we could not afford to keep them any longer. And those are the kinds of skills, it seems to me, that that this bill is aimed at. And if the local public schools can't afford to keep those kinds of programs running in their districts, then this kind of a program is exactly what some people might need to get those skills. So I really wish there was some way that this committee could figure out how to fix this bill so we could move it forward for the benefit of people who, just like Representative Myler read, who this bill is geared towards. Thank you.
Yes, and you bring up a couple of good points there, Representative Porter. Another concern that I had after thinking about this is that it gives authority for administering this program to the community college system in New Hampshire. They're now going to be administering a program that impacts high school kids and career technical education. There's no mention of how DOE is involved with that in working cooperatively with the community college system. That's not mentioned in this bill whatsoever. That's important.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting that you bring that up because I was, again, when I was doing the substituting in the Finance Committee, one of the programs that the Department of Education wanted to drop was, I think they call it the Running Start program, which is where high school students get credit for community college courses that they would take. And the community colleges were eager to take that on and took on that responsibility because they felt it was an important thing. So I'm seeing that the community colleges most likely would be perfectly fine with administering this program, given what they said, what the testimony was that they said during the Finance Committee.
Further questions, Representative Cordelli.
I'll just point out that there is a state workforce innovation board, SWIB, that includes all these players on the board. They came up with this state plan. Would this board, workforce innovation, be supplanted by the community college system?
Well, that goes to number 2 in Commissioner Caswell's concerns, where he says many of our partnerships we have in OWO and on the statewide board already provide these services. A more effective method of addressing workforce gaps would be to evaluate existing programs and see if there are other ways to integrate them with existing and potential partners. Representative Likas.
Oh, I guess I was following up the question. Is there an amendment? Is this just violate too many of our statutes already, or is there a simple amendment that would make it? Because I don't know. That's the question.
The only other way I know of doing something, because there are some issues that are real serious issues, is to either one, retain it or change the bill into a study committee. And I don't want to do that because we have a board to do that. So the only other option I would think would be to retain it and get the statewide board that's responsible for all these partnerships together and see where they're coming out. So then we could make a recommendation following the summer when we come back again. This bill would be taken up and with recommendations and with amending language, we might be able to do something. So I'm not oppositional to retaining it. I'm not oppositional to retaining it.
So would it make more sense to retain it or to just start from scratch and come up with a new bill next year?
I think there are many issues, including federal dollars. I think it would be wiser to ITL this, and people can look at all those issues over the summer, talk to the state board, talk to other players in the process, and see if there is a reasonable piece of legislation that could be introduced next year.
We apparently have 2 departments that are absolutely, BEA and the Department of Education has questions as well. So I would say there's 2 commissioners there that have concerns. I don't think they're saying we're against workforce development. That's not what they're saying. They're just saying we have a statewide plan and we got that combined plan. We got to work within the limits of that plan. And this bill seems to be jumping ahead of the plan and utilizing resources in a way that have not been approved by the feds earlier. So I tend to agree with Representative Cordelli also that there are a lot of issues here, and but it doesn't negate that the statewide, combined state plan group to look at this. They don't need to be directed by us to do it. Representative Mike, is your hand up still?
Yeah, it was a follow-on to what you said. It occurs to me that if we IPL this, we may not be able to come up with a bill that does the same thing next year. And if we retain it, we can, so should we not retain it? Or am I wrong?
That is correct. If you ITL bill, you cannot bring up a similar bill in the same biennium.
So does it make more sense to retain it?
I follow up to my previous comment. I don't see that it would be necessarily a similar bill. I think that there are so many issues that it's going to be a much different program than what we have before us now.
I just want to make sure we're not limiting our
See,
options.
that's all conjecture too from everybody here. We don't know what would happen.
Right.
Because I hate to lose what we're trying to do, but this isn't the way to do it. But how do we do it, I guess?
Well, when something comes to us where there's some significant problems, especially when you're down to the 11th hour and 11th day, 11th month here, it's can't be done. You got either, if it's beyond fixing, you got ITL it. And I would say there's some issues there that are really deep, wide-ranging issues that I don't think that by retaining it, we would. June, July, you don't do a whole lot. Representative Santana, your hand's up.
Yes, I see this bill as an implementation, a way to get things rolling, get things starting, and in a centralized way versus the silo way that's been talked about with the different commissions on workforce development. We do a little here, a little there, a little there. And as Representative Myler said, this is the time. We're in a very special situation that we haven't ever been in before with this pandemic. And we have a workforce issue problem. It's very apparent. We hear it in the news every day. And I think I don't personally see how this bill could not be amended or changed so that we could keep this this idea rolling. I think Representative Ford wants to keep it rolling, but as Representative Lake has pointed out, if it's a similar bill, there's always the possibility that it can't be introduced next term. And by then, who knows what the economic situation is going to be. So I would definitely say that we should either amend this or retain it, but definitely not to ITL it. Thank you.
I'm still trying to work all of this out because I very much, as I said, liked the idea and like the idea of this. I know there's a need. On the other hand, if we pass something that violates our own laws, it's not going to work. And so clearly we can't pass this as it is because it violates our own laws. And so the question is just what is the best way to move forward?
Well, the question is, what are our own laws? Sorry.
And as long as we can put in that new bill, which Representative Ford was talking about doing, is there a way, can we ask the clerk or something?
I
No?
think we have the answers right here. We can either retain the bill and you can pull people together and you talk, okay, how can we move in this direction? But you can't move in that direction until you got it approved by the feds, if you're going to use federal dollars.
So do we have somebody from the Fed who can?
Well,
how do we
you got
do
to
this?
submit your plan. If you were to change it now, you'd have to seek acceptance from the feds to modify the plan that we have.
Or a waiver.
Or waiver.
Yeah.
And I'm not an administrator over at DOE or at the BEA, and I don't know that process well enough. So I guess that at this point in time, I'd like to call a caucus amongst Republicans here to discuss this. and then come back in about 15 or 20 minutes and try to resolve this. So this afternoon, after lunch, we can do the 147 or 148 thing and try to get this thing resolved right now if we can before lunch. So we'll call a caucus here. It's by the clock on the wall here.
The computer clock says 1:24.
Okay.
So you want to say 11:45?
Yeah, let's come back at 11:45, or let's give it a little bit longer than that, about another 5 minutes. We'll come back at 11:50, and
we will be caucusing at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, see you at 11:50. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you.
For picking up the spear of who is it? Who is it at the
Yeah.
DOE? I want you to give me a name. I want you to give me a name and facts.
And we,
You would be doing it in this program if you were over there, right?
what's that?
You'd be working on this program.
Yeah, I had title to the, we keeps talking about, that's where that is. So to get.
Talk for a few minutes, and I'll call.
Representatives, you're not muted. Let me know.
Hey, Rick, can you hear me?
Are you there, Mel?
Very interesting.
Yeah, I am, Rick.
So I'm talking with Representative Myler and I, folks. Go ahead.
So what we would be prepared to do is that if the ITL could be defeated, we would support the retention of this so that the respective parties could get together and try to work on something that could bring it back next session.
So what we're going to do, Mel, I'd like to do it quickly if we could. I'm going to ask the maker of the motion to pull the motion back. Then to present a motion to retain.
Okay.
So that's where we're coming down on it. We like the idea of workforce. We really think it's important, but we got to work with the commissioners from these various organizations, all the partners, and get a hold of that plan to make sure the plan, we're not screwing it up with the, So
Okay.
we'll go with the retain.
Okay, that's good, and that's kind of what Oliver was talking about too. So let's just move that way, and we'll then break from.
Okay, so when we open it up here in a few minutes, that's what we'll do. Mel.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's nice to be.
Masks.
Sue Mullen, are you on?
Yes, ma'am. You're muted, Barb.
I was wondering if you knew what happened to Dave Danielson. I was shocked to read that.
I do. He has been placed into at-home hospice. He has been seriously ill for the past 6 months or so.
Oh, how sad.
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking to our community. He is a well-loved community member and representative and a dear friend of mine. And we are sad, doesn't even begin to describe it.
Exactly. Well, I have been, not friends, but have had many conversations with him and everything. And I found him always to be a gentleman and congenial, and he always goes out of his way to say hi. I think he's a great legislator, and I think it's so sad. I really do.
He is a man among men, I'll tell you that. And really one of the first people that encouraged me to run. So honestly, in looking at true and fair representation of a community, he encouraged me to run and gave me great advice.
Over and make a new one.
Right. Awesome.
Okay, are we back yet?
Yes, we're back.
We're back live?
Yep. Rep Shaw, can you hear us?
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay, fine. I spoke with Representative Myler a few moments ago. And for all to know what we're going to be doing here, I'm going to ask the maker of the motion to pull back his motion of ITL and the second as well. And then we're going to have a motion brought forward by Oliver Ford, Representative Ford, to retain the bill so we can work. Representative Ford, as he mentioned, liked the bill, he likes the idea of workforce and all that, won't speak for him. But there are these issues that we've been discussing that are administrative issues and management issues, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, Representative Cordelli, I believe you are the maker of the motion. Would you please consider pulling it back?
Yes, I was, and I will withdraw my ITL motion.
And what about the second, Representative?
Reluctantly, yes.
He does it reluctantly, but he said yes. Okay, so Representative Ford, would you please make a motion, please? I can't hear you. You're still.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move at this point we retain this bill.
Is there a second?
I'd second that motion.
Representative Myler, second that motion. Motion made by Representative Ford, second by Representative Myler to retain SB 44. Let's go ahead and have the vote so we can get a little luncheon, okay? Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
yes, this is to retain SB 44. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
yes,
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
20-0.
Thank you. A good discussion we had, folks. Let's hope we can do something with that. We will be putting together a subcommittee to work on that, and I'm going to do that immediately. I'm also looking at once we finish today, all our bills, we'll get these subcommittees going, and hopefully we can move forward with some positive answers here for all this stuff. Thank you very much.
Rick, I've got a question. As we go forward with the next two sets of omnibus bills, is it your intent to take these amendments up by number, or how are you planning on dealing with these amendments?
Of course, it's all going to come up by parts, and we can take the amendments. I really hadn't given that any consideration as far as, which one to address first. How many do we have in some of those parts? I know we're going to take all this parts up separately.
Yeah.
Get an amendment for each one, go through, and then amend the entire bill with the amendments that we approved to be combined into one amendment for that bill. OLS. That's an OLS thing. So
Yeah, I just think on a couple of those bills, you have multiple amendments for parts, and I just didn't know it's frankly, to help me get organized. It's what I'm trying to do here.
I'm still trying to get organized for SB 44. No, what we're going to do is I would put all your amendments for each part for 147 there, and we'll be looking at all those amendments for each part, and going through it like that. That's basically all I can say right now.
Fine, okay, fine.
You're
Fine.
welcome. So let's take a break for lunch here. It's close to 12 o'clock. How long does folks need? Someone?
We gotta go out.
Yeah, they all got to go out to eat here. There's no place to, there's not a 45 minutes. Can you do it in 45 minutes, gals?
Where did you pick up from?
Where do I pick up from? I brought my own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard number two.
I
I
have
ate
rice
during
cakes
a
and
break.
peanut butter. I'll power through, you guys.
If you can make it in 45 minutes, it'd be appreciated. If you get hung up by a slow waiter or waitress, we'll wait 5 more minutes for you.
Or you can stop. It's 12:45.
So we're gonna start at 12:45.
Okay.
Rick, what room are you guys in? I need it on my record.
301, 303.
301.
I brought
Okay,
Yeah.
Tell everybody it's night.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah,
Let's just take that 45-minute break,
Oh.
recoup a little bit, and come back.
And Barbara, you look
Was I
beautiful
thinking
today. I
you'd be
just
done by
wanted you to know.
Yeah, probably,
I brought my own lunch today. I was gonna not eat it if we powered through. but-
Do you want a rice cake and peanut butter and jelly?
Oh, no, thank you.
I have nut bars.
That's an old joke when rice cakes first came out for people on diet. Hey, if you put cheese on them, it's really good. It does away with
You for it? I seem to have gotten two. You averse to taking the job as a special assistant to the president? I would say. That's what I did. They said you fellows. Be an assistant to the president. They don't have one. That way you don't get in the up and down channel of deeds and vice presidents and all of that. Well, thank you. Okay. I need something crunchy with these kinds of lunches. The satisfaction of chewing. Well, they calculate their protein quotients down to the last little bit of chicken scrap that they can get in. And I'm sure they don't put an ounce more in than they need to.
Your friends coming over? That is wonderful.
Then I go to disturb my name.
So who's coming over?
Maddie, this thing.
Come here for a minute. I just want to see your face. Looking so much better. Very good. Keep eating. Get rid of that bug you got. You're not allowed to collect bugs. Get your help. And when you get it, I want you to put it in that little box so we can look at it. Right next to the box.
I can't believe that I just got
What happened?
You know something? There are a lot more ticks than there are people. And they're looking for us. And here we are. A target. And they go, look,
47. 7.
to give it a test and see?
Can you hear us out there?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, we're ready to go ahead with the 147 and 148. We'll take 147 first. And there's 4 parts to this bill, so we'll go through and identify what we're going to do with each particular part. And then at the conclusion of dealing with action wherever it goes in part 4, then we'll take action on the total bill with those amendments which we've made. There'll only be one amendment that we're going to have for each part. So part 1 is let me get that bill out here. Relative to filing an application for federal student aid. And I'll hand the gavel over to Representative Gordelli so I can make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will call upon Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. In regard to part 1, I offer I ought to pass with amendment 1537H.
And
You want to pass the gavel back?
I will, yes, I will pass the gavel back.
So you pass the gavel back to me, and
I will be glad to make a second to that motion.
okay, so we have a motion made by Ladd and second by Cordelli for 1537H. It's an amendment dealing with relative to filing an application for federal student aid. In that bill, 47, get there.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can someone email me that amendment? I do not have it.
Okay,
I can send that out, Representative Glad.
yeah, thank you. All these amendments that I'm dealing with were all sent out to the full committee. If you're a substitute, you probably don't have that.
That's right. I have the others, but I don't have this one.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, what I've done with this amendment, rather than taking a lot of time, I took section 1, deleted that, section 2, deleted that, and added underneath the delivery of an adequate education. Simply put, after paragraph N, the following new paragraph will appear there for the delivery of an adequate education. And it states the number and percentage of graduating high school students provided in-person school assistance in completing a free application for federal student aid, parentheses FAFSA form. I'd like to go ahead and explain the rationale for that. I understand that the need for students being aware of FAFSA and to be offered help through somebody within the school to provide them information on how to but how to fill out that application. I do not, have not incorporated in the number and percentage of graduating high school students filing an application, because that is information sometimes very personal to parents, and they file that without the school knowing that. And I believe it's what we need to know as a school is in support of what I have here in a magazine called Next Education. This is a journal provided to the Education Committee, and I'm going to read just a small part of what a high-touch nudge would be in terms of helping kids with FAFSA. Graduating seniors were provided, and this is in a situation where they tried to find out one of the best ways of supporting kids with FAFSA. Graduating students were provided in-person assistance over 3 workshops to help choose a program they would likely get into, apply to that program, and apply for financial aid. College enrollment increased by 5 percentage points overall, and by 9 percentage points among those not enrolled in university track courses. So there is some benefit to our working with kids. The last part I'd like to read, they're very short, a high-touch nudge, for example, in helping kids apply to college and understanding the FAFSA it is perhaps not surprising that person-to-person interactions are more persuasive compared to text messages, email, or mail. Interventions using real people offering up-close help, such as application assistance, coaching, or tutoring, show more consistent positive impacts than low-touch cut nudges for doing the FAFSA, such as just providing it to the kids and saying, go, you fill it out, or sending it home by way of the kid to the parents to say, parents, fill it out. Parents have had a lot of difficulty in filling out the FAFSA. And in order to be accepted for Pell Grant money, you need to fill the FAFSA out. And so it's my feeling here where we put down the indicators of what we're doing in support of delivering an adequate education. We'd add one underneath all the others, which talk about the number and percentage of kids graduating, the number of kids, et cetera, going on to the military, and it lists a whole list of things which indicate whether we are doing our job as an education body. This one right here just asks for the number and percentage of graduating high school students provided in-person school assistance. Now, I've gotten a spreadsheet here from various school districts within our state, and it varies widely. There's some school districts that have less than 20% of their kids that are graduating filling out the FAFSA. There are other districts which is more the norm or the middle, somewhere around 39% to 45%. But then we have some districts which are really doing a great job in it. For example, Lincoln Woodstock, 60 to 64% fill it out. Exeter, 60 to 64%. Portsmouth, 60, 64%. Bow School District, 60, 64%. Colbrook, the same. Hollis, Brookline, 70 to 74%. Profile, up above Franconia, 70 to 74%. And the Virtual Learning Academy Charter School, 75 to 79%. Sauhegan, 70 to 74%. I just jumped around. Sunapee, 70 to 74%. But there's many that are down in the 30s. The question is why? But this stuff comes to us from the National Clearinghouse, not from the state of New Hampshire. So I believe that this is important, but we don't need all the other stuff on top of this. I believe we should enter in where it's required for kids to be in person, work with at school, or in a work session with parents after school, like one of the school districts does with 3 separate work sessions. Very, very helpful. So I think this should help. It also help us help those school districts which are not doing this, and to be aware so we can encourage everybody to have that opportunity to complete the FAFSA and get support if they're disadvantaged to go to college or a university. It should be noted that this filling out the FAFSA is most beneficial to kids who come from poverty situations. Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It kind of struck me when you were reading those, the lists of school districts where there was a high percentage of applicants filling out the FAFSA, seem to be districts that have a population that's highly educated or has a high proportion of college-educated parents that may be encouraging and aware of the process, more so than perhaps in my district, and also seem to be the schools that are well-funded and possibly have available the manpower to meet with the students more frequently than others districts do. So it'd be interesting to find those statistics as well. The number of guidance counselors per student, for example, or the socioeconomic status of the families might be interesting too. So I would think that keeping this requirement in the bill would help the communities that aren't so gifted to be aware and to work with their students. If it's a requirement, might help them, just seems to me.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Let's see, I've seen hands. Representative Luno?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I think, I think your comments relative to students and families receiving some assistance in terms of helping them complete the FAFSA is right on. And I think part one of the bill as presented includes that type of assistance from the local school district. I picked up on the same thing when you were listing off the towns, like we've been sort of doing all day, that Representative Porter picked up on, that these are towns across the state that aren't necessarily representative of all of our school districts in the state, and that at least data through in New Hampshire through at least the beginning part of the year showed that only about 36% of high school seniors had completed the FAFSA for this year, the year that they're graduating. And I know obviously there's more time in the year, but for a lot of these seniors, we're past decision date as far as going on to higher education, and getting an early jump start on the FAFSA, getting assistance from the school district, and letting students know, particularly if it's dispelling, some sort of preconceived, notion that no, our family can't afford to go to higher education, go on to higher education. I'd love to do it, but we just can't afford to do it. Having a FAFSA requirement, more importantly, having the district, provide some support there, and certainly encouragement. Certainly a graduation requirement provides some encouragement. Yes, there's a waiver to it, so I don't think it disenfranchises anybody. But what's been seen in other states, like Louisiana, and I think the question came up the other week, what's been the success there? And in Louisiana, they saw FAFSA completion go from 57% to 77%, and that's pretty significant. I think that's consistent with at least New Hampshire's goals for higher education attainment. Not talking four-year colleges, not necessarily even talking a two-year associate's degree, but high value certificates, things that really help to improve and make an educated workforce available to for our economy. So I don't support the amendment, but do support as it's laid out in part one of 147.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two clarifications, if you will. The first one is, so all of part one is gone except this one amendment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And part two, my question is, when you're identifying in-person school assistance for the data you're trying to collect, does group meetings count? I know a lot of the high schools do group 2 or 3 night group meetings. Does that suffice to count as in-person, or are you looking actually to try to ascertain how many are one-on-one with guidance counselors?
I would say that in-school group meetings, after-school group meetings count.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ralph Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mentioned this, but I didn't know the organization name. And I found a group that does go around to high schools, and the students in the junior year, they invite the parents and the students in after school as the NHATAF. That does that, and I remember a dozen years ago, my granddaughter was looking to go into college. I came, and there was a couple meetings doing exactly what you're doing, and that do this. Even go as far as doing the FAFSA, applying for grants, applying to different colleges, So their organization, there's an organization, New Hampshire organization that does this, that goes around to the high school. I think they just have to be invited and they'll come. And I think there was at least 2 meetings when my granddaughter was a junior. So it's an organization that's doing this, that's teaching kids how to do FAFSA, teaching their parents how to do FAFSA, how to fill out applications for school grants itself. So that's still going on. That's why I like the amendment. The problem that I see with the additional language, I think it just opens up the door, because what happens then is what happens next year. We require every family to fill out a free and reduced lunch application. I mean, this is going down slippery path here. And it's let the students and the families decide what they want the kids to do, and not bureaucracy saying you have to do this or get a waiver. But yeah, this is the right way of doing it. Thank you.
Representative Porter, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair, and I'm concerned. It seems to me one of the focuses of this bill is to help open up the eyes of students who may not be aware that they, yes, indeed, could go on to a further education, that the cost of it might not be as prohibitive for them as they thought it was, that if they even had an inkling in the back of their mind that they might want to go on to further education, but they've heard how expensive it is, they don't even try and to pursue it. And I know a couple of very bright young people that happened to over the years. And it seems to me that the purpose of this, making it a requirement or signing a waiver, is to open those children and their families' eyes to the possibility that, yes, further education is possible for them. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're looking for 75% completion rate of the FAFSA, because it means that all those kids are now realizing that, yeah, they can maybe go on to school afterwards if they want. And by just putting it in as a statistic under whether schools are providing an adequate education, it seems to not meet that need, number one. And number two, it seems as if that requirement is set up to shame schools in a certain way. Well, you know, if only 25% of your kids are filling out FAFSAs, you mustn't be doing a good job. And I disagree with that. I think there are many reasons why kids won't be filling them out, not necessarily that the school hasn't tried. Those traveling programs that go around to the schools, they're very good, but the parents have to be motivated to get the kids there, or the kids have to be motivated to get themselves there. And that's defeating the purpose too of opening some eyes. So I really would not be supportive of the amendment and would tend to agree that section part 1 should stay in the bill.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. I cannot support the language in the original bill. We just heard from the representative that parents have to be motivated. Well, here in the original bill, what motivation is there? In order to get a high school diploma, you have to fill out the form or file a waiver. So requiring the parent to fill out a waiver is not much of a motivation factor. What if the parent says, I'm not going to fill out this waiver? We have problems getting information from parents so many times already. What happens if the parent doesn't fill out a waiver? Are they not graduate the student? So I think without this amendment, part 1 is an unworkable and an example of government overreach.
Further comments? Representative Andrus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The original part 1, I am against, but I will support this amendment because we shouldn't be mandating anymore, but parents and their students need to do in order for a person to graduate. Also, in this day and age, I know my school district, and I imagine it's in most school districts, emails go out to parents all the time on all different subjects and everything. And there's no reason information on this can be sent to the seniors and their parents in the high school. And I think it should take care of this, the whole situation, and let the parents and the students make up the decision what they want to do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Tanner. Mullen, excuse me.
All right, it's because we look so much alike, Representative Tanner and I.
You're not in your basement anymore, so you have to have, I should be able to see.
Right. Just a couple of things to Representative Cordelli's concern about kids not graduating if their parents won't sign the waiver. There is a provision in the bill that says that if the student is faced with extenuating circumstances, but have met all of the other graduation requirements, then they would not graduate as a result of this. So that's one thing. And the second thing that the question that I actually have, Representative Ladd, is for you. In looking at the amendment, I understand the necessity to collect the data because we don't know where we are unless we get some numbers from people. But I don't understand what your vision of the mechanism for delivery of services is. So how would schools feel compelled, and how would parents feel compelled to work as a team to get it done? What is your vision of that?
I think that that's a local issue. In-person is for the school district to determine, or the high school to determine, just as long as the student has an opportunity to meet in person or even in a group where they work through this form. But for us to prescribe a certain format for every school to follow, I don't think that's going to be workable given the real differences in how we structure and organize our schools.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Further comments? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just in relation to the current bill and extenuating circumstances. So that means that if the parent does not fill out the waiver, that would be an extenuating circumstance and the child could still graduate. So what is the purpose of having the requirement for a waiver in there in the first place?
I am, are you directing that to me, Representative?
Just a general question.
To anybody.
Yeah.
I'll take a stab at it, even though I was not involved in the authorship of the bill. But I think that it provides different kinds of information. I mean, filling out the FAFSA says we want to see whether or not we qualify. Filling out the waiver says we were given the opportunity, but have chosen not to take it for whatever the reason happens to be, whether it's because of privacy or because somebody doesn't think they're going to meet the economic requirements, or but it also says that local schools would determine the extenuating circumstances. So if your parents were either incapacitated or unable or unwilling to participate, then I think that that is the prime example of when a local decision needs to be made by the people that know the children and the family and can, determine that something's extenuating because of their personal relationships.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll on Amendment 1537?
Yep, she's not. She's
Oh,
muted.
yeah, right.
You're muted, Rep. Shaw.
Can't hear you, Barbara. Muted, Barbara.
I thought you were unmuting us. Okay, Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Muted.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
11-9.
Okay, are there any other amendments for this section? I don't think I have any here. Okay, we're going on to part 2. Are there any amendments for part 2? Not seeing any hands flying. We shall go on to part 3.
Hold on, you've got one, Rick.
I do.
Yeah, am I
Yeah.
missing this?
No,
Okay, you withdrew.
1558.
I withdrew that amendment.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm not presenting it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So are there any other hidden amendments? Not seeing or hearing any. Good. We're on to part 3. And I will recognize Alicia Likas for a motion, please.
I would like to move OTP on amendment number 1555.
I'll second.
Okay, for everybody, we have a motion for part 3. A motion's been made by Alicia Likas and seconded by Deb Hobson. This part 3 is relative to the transportation of pupils and contract carriers. So everybody can remember what we're talking about. You know, the Trailways, the Greyhounds, the Concord bus, that type of thing. Would you please explain the amendment?
Yes. Representative Woodcock and I spent a fair amount of time over the weekend and the beginning of this week doing a lot of research. I know I talked to a number of different bus companies, principals of schools, people who plan the DC trips, and we've both read all of the RSAs concerning contract carriers and the ones mentioned in this part, and we could not figure out, even if we stood on our head and crossed our eyes, how part 3, section 3 of part 3 could possibly apply to contract carrier drivers, because it has to do with schools. And at any rate, the RSAs, if you did crazy convoluted wording and stuff, which this doesn't do, you might be able to figure out how to make it apply, but it really doesn't, and it really doesn't work. And so what this amendment does is it takes out that section 3 and the school bus driver certificate defined in RSA 263-29, which is in both section 1 and section 3. After Rep. Woodcock and I talked about all of this, I actually managed to get callbacks from other bus companies that I hadn't managed to talk to earlier. I had a nice long conversation with the vice president of New England Coach and answering a number of the questions and concerns that we had. One thing I asked was, would they ever take students without adult chaperones? And she just about lost it at that question. She said, nobody who values their business at all would ever take the risk of transporting students without proper adult chaperones. That it wasn't worth the liability and the risk to their company to do that. So nobody would do that. Number two, safety instructions. One of the things that we were both concerned about was how do the kids know how to use the emergency exits, et cetera. And I know when I talked to a principal, they said they always sat the adults in those next to those exit windows rather than kids. But when I talked to this coach company, she said that these days, they're so modernized that basically the drivers push a button and a little thing comes up on the video that explains things like where the fire extinguishers and how do the emergency exits work, where are they located and whatever, just like we do on airplanes. And so it's all automated and easy and they just push a button and boom, there it goes. And she said all of the reputable companies that she knows operating in our state do that. So there's something they're already taken care of. She also said that coaches, and one of the things that I was discovering in doing research on this, is extremely highly regulated federally. So a lot of the things we were looking at having done, it's like that's federal regulations already. You know, there are so many hoops they have to jump through just even exist that it takes care of a number of things. I asked her about the criminal history record check, and she said, yes, some schools ask about that, and she makes sure that whatever drivers that drive for that school, that they're done, but that is done through the bus company, not like this wants to do through the DOE. I mean, the DOE has no jurisdiction over commercial bus lines or coach lines. And so the coach companies will do that. And she said they would only, if a school says, we want the drivers to pass this, she said she just makes sure that whatever drivers she sends, she has on record, you know, that she's done a, criminal background check, and she has that record in the bus company. And what were some other things? Oh, even a number of the things that are written in here, she's like, yeah, they're not allowed on the road unless they do these things. So they're already in both federal and state regulations. And the other thing is that both Rep. Woodcock and I agreed on is that these coaches, just by virtue of what they are and how they're made, are much safer than a school bus anyways. And they certainly have they're a lot more designed for highways, and the drivers have a lot more hours driving on highways. And this is what we're talking about, is highway trips. Another thing that I discovered in this is that like our middle school for the ski club actually uses coaches, and I was surprised. And they said, yeah, because then they can put all the gear underneath instead of having it in the bus. And I know when I chaperoned on a school bus for Milford, they piled all the stuff in the back of the bus, and every time the bus went around to the corner, it would shift and fall out into the aisle in front of the exit, you know, the rear exit. It was very not safe. And so the idea of coach and storing it underneath instead of having it piled up in the back of the bus, because yes, I would go back and keep stacking it back in the seats, but in the case of an accident, that's going all over the place, and it would be blocking the emergency exit anyways. So But, and we couldn't find where it actually made it illegal. We think it was maybe by omission in that it didn't make it legal. And so people have been doing this, both coaches and schools, for years and years, as you know. We haven't had problems with it. Everybody was kind of blown away with, what do you mean this is illegal? And so the idea of this amendment is to make it legal. And if schools want to put, leave it as a local option, because we're always talking about local options. If the school wants to put higher requirements on the bus company, they can do that and choose a bus company that's willing to do the things that they're asking. So that's, and the other thing was just, it said 75, at least 75 miles before. And so we just changed it to 150 round trip, because there was that 75 straight or round trip. So that was the only difference in the amendment. And I'd be happy to take any questions because I did a lot of research.
Thank you very much for all that information. Questions? Yeah, and time and effort. Representative Woodcock.
You're muted. Steve, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Apologize. Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I appreciate the chance to just speak a moment. As Representative Likas did say, we did spend an inordinate amount of time going over all these regulations and researching them, and she did a wonderful job checking the budget services. However, I was surprised to see this amendment, because I thought our agreement had been that we believed it needed more work. And all we've done here is exclude part 3. The 75-mile piece, unless I'm mistaken, I thought we agreed, as a testimony did, that it had to be 75 as round trip. But my bigger concern is that in this amendment, as it now is presented, my concern of the whole amendment was part 3 that dealt with the carriers and the safety checks, record checks for carriers, for drivers. And that's been eliminated, because as she indicated, we couldn't come to agreement, nor could we figure out how it was going to happen. We thought it needed more time to develop the input. As it is now, where they've on line 12, 11 and 12 of the amendment that brought forward, it eliminates the requirement for bus driver certification, which was on line 36 and 37 in the original bill. And I still think that's very critical, because that is requiring the school department to do in the buses, to make sure that no one there is a felon, no one there is a pedophile, no one there is a drug dealer. As I suggest, they probably aren't for the CDL, but that's the whole intent of having the last part. And that was the part that Representative Likas and I had most difficulty with. I thought we were going to try to rework over the summer, because there has to be a way, in my mind, that we may ensure that the bus drivers who are driving students meet those requirements. And that's part of what the in the original bill required. So I do appreciate her effort on this, and our effort, because it did take a lot of time and research. And I will, as a side note, by the way, the RSA books that we had from 4 years ago don't have all the new bills in them. But that being said, the reality is under 263-29A, which is the certificate, which has been eliminated, I think is major issues, and we shouldn't eliminate that. And I would much prefer to retain this, or so we can correct it, because part 3 as it is now just says, okay, we're just going to say, we know it's wrong, we know it's been illegal, so now we're just going to say it's okay, legal, which I think is going to come down to bite us later on when something happens, because all we've done is sort of circumvent the issue and not corrected it. So that's my opinion, Representative Ladd.
Thank you. Representative Boone.
Thank you. As to retaining, we can't just retain one part. We have to retain the whole bill. So I think if somebody thinks it needs more work, then fine, do more work and come back with another bill next year. But we can't just retain one section. We have to retain the whole bill.
Right, which is why, remember, we had talked about either eliminating the whole thing or making it legal and then putting more stringent regulations if we can figure out how to do it next year. And so that was the way this went. Let's make sure that schools can legally do what they've been doing all this time without problems. And then if we think there are potentially problems, add that next year, add that piece of legislation in. If we can find out by meeting with all of those people how to do criminal record checks, but I think they're going to have to belong to the coach companies and not the DOE. And as I said, some schools do that now. So a school who's concerned or doesn't trust the coach company, they can request it and of the coaches now, and they do.
Further discussion?
Just one follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
My follow-up is, I'm concerned when we pass this change with just CDLs, we're never going to see it back again. And once we allow the requirements for the school bus driver certification to be removed, that means anytime a youngster gets on a regular bus, it's just a CDL bus. It's going to be any bus in the world. I think we're making a mistake. So if Representative Bone, I assume, is correct, he knows more than I, then take the whole Part 3 out and fix it. But I just think this is an error for opening the door for all kinds of potential issues, letting any driver drive our kids. We don't do it in the yellow buses, but now I say we don't care about the background of that driver when they're doing the CDLs. So I think that's a big, big error.
Thank you, Representative Corneli.
Thank you. I would just comment that I think the door is wide open now in terms of liability issues.
Yep, that's true. Representative Likas.
Yeah, we've been doing this for years, as you all know. We've been doing this for years. And so all this is doing is saying, recognizing we've been doing this for years, and yes, it's legal to go ahead and do it. But as far as taking out the school bus driver certificate, I talked to a number of bus companies, and they were like, they're not going to be able to require their drivers to have school bus driver certificates as well. They're not driving school buses, they're driving coaches, and that has its own set of requirements and training and stuff. And remember, one of the things I was concerned about that caused us to go and look at this is drivers are only allowed to drive a certain number of hours, and then they have to have a relief driver. And you can't write this rule in and expect that some driver in North Carolina, that they are relieving the bus. Yes, it's going to be with the same company, but are they going to have our school bus driver certificate as well? I mean, at least, well, two of the companies basically said, if you put that in, what's going to happen is coaches just aren't going to work with the schools, because it was, they have a hard enough time finding CDLs, and we have a hard enough time finding school bus drivers, and to try to have to find somebody with both a CDL and a school bus driver certificate just really reduces the options that schools have.
Okay, Representative Whitcock.
Final comment. Those 6 words, we've always done it this way, does not justify continuing doing it.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
At one point in my career, the school bus group decided that coaches of small teams like tennis their teacher, the coach, could get certified to drive the small school bus. And so I ended up being a bus driver for a little bit. And it really wasn't, the requirements for getting a school bus license was mainly the CDL, which fortunately, because I had those small vans, I didn't have to do. But basically it's just, making sure you had a clean record, making sure that you were healthy enough that you weren't going to, have a heart attack on the bus trip. I mean, it really wasn't that, and the criminal background check. I mean, it isn't like, you have to learn to turn the bus around or whatever. And anyway, the guys that do the CDL stuff, they would know that, from that. So I don't think the the actual certification for school bus driver is that rigorous. And certainly they are hurting for school bus drivers. So they've made it really not easy, but they've made it really easy to get to the certification, and they want to put people through that. So I'm not sure that it sounds like you think that school bus certification is a really tough thing to do. It's really not. So.
Thank you. For Representative Ford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the solution lies to move the testing or the security issue from the school board driver to someone who's accompanying the students, and that person being required to be with the students anytime they're in contact with the bus driver. So if you go to North Carolina and pick up another driver, someone is always with from your group is always with the bus driver, so that would prevent any kind of untoward activities. And you've done the same thing without requiring the bus company to have all of its drivers up and down the seashore have these background checks.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? I don't see anybody. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this amendment? This is Amendment 1555.
1555. Hold it. 1555H. Ought to pass. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Nodder?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Andrus? Representative Andrus?
Sorry about that. I didn't unmute myself. Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Leon?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Shaw votes no. Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Ellison?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Porter?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Ladd?
Yes.
11-9.
Are there any other amendments for part two? Part three, excuse me, part three.
Who's writing the minority?
We don't need a minority report.
We don't have to do that right now. The person that knows a little bit more about the part might talk to the person making that final motion and incorporate that all in, like different paragraphs within the omnibus bill report. Okay. Okay, going on to part four here. Part four deals with relative to additional state aid for special education for certain communities of 1,000 or fewer residents and relative to Special Education Risk Management Association. Representative Leon, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move ought to pass on amendment 1559.
And Representative Bohm, second. Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion made by Representative Leon and second by Representative Bohm ought to pass on amendment for part four. That's 1559. Representative Leon, do you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you,
You're
Mr. Chair. This language is enabling language to offer solutions to a clear and pressing need. As we discussed in committee, 2/3 of special education funding comes from the local level. We also know that budgets are set before the beginning of the school year, and that even a single unexpected special education student can have a devastating impact on budgets. This amendment today this is addressed two ways. There's catastrophic aid from the state, and there's self-insurance at the local level. Last year, local school districts set aside $6 million for this exact risk. Starting at section 2, we have a well-studied, purely voluntary way for school districts to join together to spread the risk of unexpected costs and risk. Today, we have the software and data needed to make this happen. This data has a shelf life. So if we are going to ever offer this option, now is the time. The time is now. Worst case is that districts don't see a value to this and don't join together to form these pools. If the pools don't offer them a value, then there's no harm, no foul. All we've done is passed a bill and for anybody to do anything. It's all enabling language. If they do find this valuable, though, we can solve a big issue with school budgets, where they can have a $300,000 student come into the district at the last moment. That's hard enough for a district like Derry to absorb. There's others where that's absolutely catastrophic. So that's why I move on to pass on this amendment, and I think that this would be very helpful for our schools.
Thank you very much. Representative Boone, you made the second. You care to speak on it? No. No. Further discussion? Representative Miley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was my opening comment this morning. This was one of the pieces that I was disappointed to see in this amendment. We as a committee did consider this issue. As a matter of fact, we had a substantive conversation about this issue. I thought we had come to the conclusion that this may be a good idea, but we need to have more study on this. And it was my understanding that as a committee, we had concluded that we needed to have this more of a study and that we needed to look at it in the next session. To see it in this amendment is disappointing because we don't have that opportunity to do the due diligence around this issue before we provide a piece of legislation. We need to have this due diligence in order that the legislation can, in fact, be reflective of those issues, those states that have done similar kinds of things and have learned from it. We have no history here in the state about this. So I'm disappointed that this is part of this amendment, and I will not support this based upon the conversation and the understanding that I thought we had as a committee prior to reviewing this particular amendment.
Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will note that the bill that this was in was heard by our committee, passed by our committee, and passed on the floor. They ran out of time in finance, so they retained it. But this is something that we did have substantial dialogue, and I absolutely remember that conversation. Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Lyon, I remember hearing this bill, parts of this bill, when I was substituting in finance. Can you tell me what the result was from the finance committee?
Thank you. Yes, it was retained. There was a lot of work that was being done on the budget, and it was retained.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative
I have a follow-up.
Yes, you may.
Earlier you said that it had passed this committee. Had it passed this committee?
Yes, it did. It
That
wouldn't
is
have made
correct.
it to finance otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
613 originated in this body right here, the Education Committee, went on to the House floor, was voted on, and was sent to Finance. Representative Likas.
Yeah, my understanding, this is actually the amendment that I was expecting based on conversation we had on Thursday. And my understanding was that, yes, finance was going to be working on it, and we were waiting for the final result. And that if we got the wording in time, it would go into this amendment. And apparently we did get the wording in time because it's in this amendment. It's exactly what I was expecting from the conversations that we had on Thursday. So I don't know. Apparently various of us were in the same meeting, but we weren't. I don't know.
Further comments, Representative Mullen.
To Representative Lakis's comments, I remember no conversation about the insurance risk pool last week at all. So perhaps that took place in your caucus, but I don't believe that it took place with the full committee. And I base my opinion on the fact that there is another amendment to Part 4, which I authored, dealing with the first part, which was the $250,000 that we learned has not been tapped into for districts in need. At no point in time when I was working on that amendment was I even considering the insurance risk pool, and I was shocked, as Representative Myler mentioned, to see it attached to Part 1, because my amendment, of course, now would reference Part 1 and Part 2, but was intended to eliminate Part 1. Thank you.
Might add that when we did discuss this in 613 in this committee, we had a healthy discussion on it. We were informed that there was an actuarial firm out in Kansas that had done a calculator for us and for the Department of Education. And I heard testimony from our discussion when we had it in hearing that it was a good idea, and I heard that from both sides, both parties.
A follow-up, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
you may. Yeah.
Mike, my issue is not with whether or not it's a good idea or a bad idea. My issue is with the fact that we had tons of unanswered questions. And while the bill may have gone through, it went through to give it a chance to get to finance, who retained it. From my perspective, to get answers to those questions so that we could look with knowledge at what we were doing before we made a legitimate vote on whether or not we were making a seismic shift in how we reimburse for unexpected special ed costs. So I'm shocked that this is back before us without us having any discussion about the answers to the many, many questions that we had.
Further discussion from Representative Likas.
Oh, I just was, with the, whether or not this was there, I was thinking, oh, well, maybe it was side conversations or whatever, but it occurred to me, I was on the Zoom meeting last time. I wasn't here, and I missed our caucus last week. So the only place I could have heard it was here, was, you know, the same place you were on the Zoom meeting. And this is exactly what I was expecting. So I was really surprised when comments were made about this coming out of the blue. I'm like, wait a minute, we talked about this. And yes, I had the same. I
don't think so.
No.
Order here.
Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. No, I mean, this amendment, you know, the amendment that you're putting forward today is exactly how it came into this committee when we were execing the underlying bill. I forget the bill number, 631, something like that, back a couple of months ago. It was brought up at exec. There was never a hearing held on the idea of having a risk pool for special education costs. You know, I'm concerned that that a lot of the people that we rely on for good information, such as the School Administrators Association, the School Board Association, the Special Education Administrators Association, the Municipal Association, and others, haven't had any opportunity to provide any testimony on this. And that at that exec session, which Representative Likas was just referring to, because the only other time we've seen this language in front of us, that there was heavy reliance put on the Finance Committee that they would give this financial element of this policy change a thorough vetting, which obviously they didn't do. So you know, I think this is offering it again here is you know, just in, you know, on its face, conflicting with even the even Mr. Chair, your rationale months ago on the bill you sought to amend then, that it would have a solid vetting in the Finance Committee. So I really think this is not ready for prime time.
Representative Porter.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak. I just got off the phone with Representative Heath. I worked with on the subcommittee that worked on this bill. And we did retain it in finance, and no report has gone out yet. So I think it was stated earlier that now that we have the information from finance, we can move forward, but that's not happened. So it's still retained in finance.
Representative Luno, do you have your hand up again, or? No? Okay. Representative Porter, your hands. Not seeing any other further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on this amendment?
This is on amendment 1559H. And it is ought to pass. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
He's frozen.
No.
frozen in time. Representative Myler. I'll wait.
I think he said no. I think I heard that.
Need to see his
You have to
face.
see him.
You have to see him.
Mr. Chair, when
And
Representative Andrus answered, I did not see her on the screen. She might want to vote
She's
with.
right there.
I've seen her on the screen each time. She's right here.
No, she was black when I saw her.
Let's go on with the roll call here, please, Madam Clerk.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
No, I guess who cares if it works or not?
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
11-9.
This is a surprise.
Okay. Representative Cordelli.
I would like to move ought to pass with amendment on House Bill SB 147, and that includes amendments 1537H, 1555H, and 1559H.
I'll second that.
Don't you have another amendment?
Yeah, point of order, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Yep, is that Representative Mullins?
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
Go ahead. I didn't see that.
I would make the motion that we ought to pass Amendment 1588H.
Okay, the motion to pass 1588 by.
We have someone with a.
Somebody had this.
And I would be happy to speak to the amendment.
Oh, I didn't hear a second. Who seconded that?
I'll second that.
Me,
Okay. Okay, Representative Mullen, would you go ahead, please?
Sure. When I initially proposed this amendment, it was because I had serious concerns with Section 1 of Part 4, which was the allocation of $250,000 to towns with less than 1,000 people to use in unexpected special education costs. My concerns were over the fact that we heard testimony last Thursday that these funds were not being tapped into by communities. And so the idea that we were going to add an additional $250,000 when the original allocation of $250,000 was not being utilized did not make a whole lot of sense. It seemed to have problems in its distribution, in widening disparity. And we did not have a solution on what to do with cooperative school districts. So that was my initial concern. But since the amendment came in that added the insurance risk pool to the bill, I have many, many more concerns, and I'm just going to mention some of them. I'm concerned about the choice process, how the 5 districts come together. I'm concerned about the idea that they're supposed to be diverse in terms of geographic region and size, but nobody talks about who's gonna make those decisions.
Representative Mullen, you're speaking to the bill as amended, that first amendment. And this particular amendment deals with section 1 of part 4. We're talking about the $250,000.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
am I to assume? I mean, the amendment specifies deleting all of part 4. We have just passed an amendment that expands part 4 to include the risk pool. So I am under the assumption that if I am making a motion to get rid of part 4, that I can now speak to both parts of it. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, you're speaking to, of course, your amendment 1588. And you're speaking.
And my amendment is to do away with part 4, which we just amended.
Can we do? Right.
You're talking about amending section 1 within part 4, then if you're saying down below, amend the bill by deleting part 4. Looks to me like you're doing 2 different things.
Well, no, because we changed the bill to add the risk pool. We just expanded the bill.
Go ahead and speak to amending the entire bill by deleting it. We'll just get down to the bottom line here.
All right, so again, I will go on and say that I'm concerned about the process of how the risk pools are going to be formed and who is going to make the determination on the district size, geographic region, and whether or not a risk pool is diverse. I'm concerned about what happens with school districts that already have high special education costs and whether or not they're going to be chosen to be on the team, if you will, if they already have high costs. I'm concerned about who is going to protect student confidential information, because in the bill, it repeatedly says that that information will be protected to the extent that is possible, but it doesn't define that. And I am very concerned about the fact that for the first 5 years, the costs of all of this, the filing fees, the request for proposal, education and training, the actuarial services and cost predictor spreadsheet will be the responsibility of the Department of Education. But after 5 years, the risk pool itself has to assume the cost of all of those things. We don't know what those costs are going to be. We've had no estimate whatsoever at what that price tag is going to look like. And that price is going to get given back to the taxpayer because the risk pools themselves are going to have to pay for this. So I now believe that this amendment speaks to deleting part 4. I thought it was a good idea originally. I think it's a better idea now. And I cede the microphone.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative Mullen. There's no money in the budget to fund the Department of Education, assuming these costs. And I'm sure that was one of the things that was considered when the Finance Committee retained the bill.
Further discussion, Representative Lakis.
Yeah, at first, I was liking Rep. Mullins' amendment because I wasn't big on thought it was unnecessary for the extra 250,000, but it doesn't say they're gonna put it aside. It says they may designate up to 250,000. So basically, if there turns out to be a need that has not been foreseen, that option's available. It may never get used, just like not much of the other 250,000 has been used, but we can't foresee. So again, it's just enabling. It is not actually spending that money. But I do like that second part, the Risk Management Association. I think long-term, that is the way to go. And that will, I think, eliminate a lot of the problems with funding special needs. And so for that reason, I decided I would support the last amendment and not this amendment, specifically because of that second part that was put in there. But yeah, as far as the first part, it's just a may if the need comes up.
Okay, further discussion on this part or this amendment? I'm not seeing any hands up except yours, Alicia's. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on this amendment? I can't hear you, Barb.
You're muted, Barb.
Still there?
I don't think I can do it.
This is on the Mullen Amendment. Correct.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I hit a button and everything went crazy.
This is on the Mullen Amendment, Barb.
This is ought to pass on Amendment 1588H. Representative Cordelli,
No.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Nodder,
No,
Representative Lakis,
No,
Representative Moffett,
No.
Representative Hobson,
no,
Representative Andrus,
No,
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Leon,
no,
Representative Sodi,
No.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner, Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Ryan.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
yes,
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Ladd,
No.
9-11.
Okay, so now Representative Cordelli, would you make the motion ought to pass with the three amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move ought to pass as amended for Senate Bill 147, including amendments 1537 to Part 1, 1555 to Part 3, and 1559 to Part 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Bohm seconds the motion. Representative Cordelli, you'd like to speak to your motion?
I think we've had enough discussion of the various parts.
Just being courteous.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Representative Bohm. Well, also, I don't want to talk about the Vikings. Okay, not the football team either. Any further discussion? Representative Cornell?
Yes. So we're voting on all four parts with the three amendments.
We're voting on the final bill as amended by these 3 amendments.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just clarification. I want to make sure that, that we have a minority position on Senate Bill 147, which I think would likely be, ought to pass as amended with the one amendment on Part 4 with 1588.
Okay,
Would that be correct, Mel?
You can still identify that after this vote.
Okay, but I just wanted to, I just want to make sure I got that on the record, that we didn't lose an opportunity.
Putting the cart in front of the horse here. Okay, go ahead, Representative Shaw.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no, Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
11-9.
Okay, so we are now done, SB 147. We're going to take about a 5-minute break here for folks to walk down the hallway a little bit here. And for you all to take a little break too, stretch your legs, and then we'll come back.
Representative Luno will do the minority report on that.
That's fine.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before we start, so that I can do it in the break, I have in front of me 2 amendments proposed for Rep 148. Amendment 2021-1563H, Rep Ladd and Cordelli, and Amendment 2021-1585H, presented by Rep Luno. Are there any more amendments to this bill
Yes.
that I don't have?
Yes, there are. We have, I see 4 amendments for that bill.
Well, 5 total.
5 total?
For 148?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll
Yes.
send over to you, Representative Porter, 1584H, 1580H, and 1586H. Those are
Thank
the
you very-
others that I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jen. Okay, let's take a short break. Let's stretch to about 10 minutes, because stretching legs will be good. So healthy.
Just going to go ahead and mute the room right now.
Thank you very much.
Hey. All set. Did, just for a few minutes.
Barbara, we can hear you.
Oh. Thought you was gonna mute the room.
Okay, is everybody on board?
Hopefully.
Let's start to flow back.
Louise, can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, do we have everybody here? Let's see.
Here's that way.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue now on our last bill for today, SB 148. And SB 148 is an omnibus bill legislation relative to vocational career education, environmental education, and emergency plans for special sports injuries. So with that, let's go down through the parts here and see what we got. I am not seeing an amendment for part one. Anybody have a hidden amendment on part one? I don't see any hands, so we're done with part one. Okay, the next part.
And
Pardon me?
Rep. Ellison.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have an amendment on part one, but I do have a question. When we had the discussion with the people from the Department of Ed, I asked a question about one of the parts that was being repealed in part one, and from what they sent over, I can't seem to get an answer from that. So I'm not quite sure where I should bring that up.
Do you have the letter that came in from Lisa
Yes, I do.
that has the underlined areas within it?
That's correct.
Okay, so that doesn't help you out, huh?
It doesn't appear to, no.
Okay. Can you, before we go much farther, then what's your concern, Art?
It's in part one, it's RSA 200-C:13 relative to insufficient funds. And my question was, I would like some context because it appears that this bill is repealing that particular part. And I want to know what impact repealing that particular part would have. The letter from Lisa talks about two major programs being affected. The other 9 or the other statutory provisions are being repealed. So I have the same question I started with. What is the impact of repealing the section related to relative to insufficient funds?
Okay, Art, I hear you. Lisa is there in our attendee list. Maybe we could bring her up from the department.
Yep, welcome to education, Lisa.
Yeah.
You should be able to see.
Hi there, Representative Ladd, Committee.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Lisa, did you hear our Representative Ellison's query?
I did, Representative Ellison, and what I could surmise from all of the research that I have done on this week is that this entire program, which includes 200-C9 through 200-C14 or C15 rather, is for the Workers' Personal Care Assistance Program. And what we could surmise with the research we did was that this program was moved between 1986 and 1994 to HHS, but it was only moved to utilize personal care attendant services during at home, in-home services, not at work. And so there's been no funding for this program from either a federal or a state entity that we could surmise for all these years. This is what I would say as well as this is a natural service that would be included on a vocational rehabilitation individual plan for employment. So if an individual wanted to go to work, they needed a PCA, a personal care attendant, to go to work, we could absolutely add that in as a service on their plan for employment. And so, you know, we have a service mechanism for providing this service. There is no additional, you know, federal funding or state funding to provide personal care attendance at work. So in other words, Medicaid will not pay for a PCA at work. They will only pay for it at home. So what we could glean from this is that, back in the 80s, this was a program. I did talk to one of my staff that was around, Ella McAllister, during that time, and she indicated she did remember a couple folks utilizing this provision, but when they went away, it's sort of like, there was no real need for it. And then as the VR program has evolved, we didn't need a specific legislative program to do this work. We can do it in our normal business practices on an individual plan for employment.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have not seen the letter, and I wasn't expecting to be back today, or I would have pursued it further. Lisa, can you tell me then what about the first number one, RSA 200C7, that has to do with the deaf telecommunication equipment? Can you give me an answer to my concern about that?
Yeah. So this is a program that was transferred to the Governor's Commission on Disability from the VR program. And again, unfortunately, there was no legislative history on sort of when that happened. So this is a program that is fully functioning. It's a program that is actually derived from the Public Utilities Commission, and the Public Utilities Commission has in their statute that this program is administered by the Governor's Commission on Disability. The Governor's Commission on Disability has administrative rules for administering the program. And so all of these, all of the telecommunications equipment programs now are actually served by Future Insight, administered there. So unfortunately, when the program was moved, we didn't do any repeal of our statute in that process. So I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. And I was just wondering if you were able to contact, or if the Commission on Deafness and Hearing Loss had made any contact at all about this.
No, but I did have a conversation, Representative, with Chuck Saya, just to solidify my understanding of the move and ensure that that I had this correct. What I will also add, I know I had asked Chuck Saya to be here, and I know he was here this morning, but that program the telecommunications equipment access program can be utilized by individuals who are deaf and hard of hearing, as well as individuals who are blind and visually impaired and have physical disabilities.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. It makes me reassured.
No problem.
Lisa, does that funding for that program come from Medicaid schools?
For the telecommunications program?
That for the 200C:7, the communications equipment.
No, so again, that's a program that the funding comes from PUC. So it's from what I understand, it's a federal program that that is provided for folks to have access.
So if you have a classroom that needs that equipment within for a disabled student child, does the school make the request through the department, and does it come from the department, or does it come from the Governor's Commission on Disability?
I mean, we typically don't get a lot of requests from the schools. The schools, I mean, in terms of, I mean, I could get an understanding of the requests that come into them, but I'd have to reach out to Future Insight to determine, how the schools do that. I apologize that I don't know that off the top of my head.
Well, I guess part one of this bill has been more perplexing to me than any other thing we've discussed today in terms of trying to figure out what's going on. So I guess I'm going to just take your word that it's all for good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing I can say, Representative, is I feel very strongly that the telecommunication needs of individuals with disabilities are well addressed in terms of employment. I mean, we can help people with anything they need. And if it is something for their home, that's really where that telecommunications equipment program comes in. And as well with the Workers' Personal Care Assistance Program, we can provide those services on a plan for employment. And so in other words, there's no need for a legislative statute to do that because it's in our normal business.
Yeah, I understand that. I can remember discussing this years ago when we had the equipment had to remain in the home, but the school also needed it.
Yeah.
And is Medicaid paying for both sets of equipment, or is there another budget that we're having to take that money out of to pay for the stuff in the schools? That's always been my question.
Yeah. Yeah, and I could send a note to one of my colleagues in special ed and ask them while you guys are continuing.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yes.
No questions for Lisa. I see you have your hand up again.
Yes, thank you. One last follow-up on this section 200C13. If it's not repealed, then this question to Lisa, what is the impact if this is not repealed and it stays in legislation?
If it wasn't repealed, we would have to develop rules for this program because they don't currently exist in our rules, in our administrative rules. And we would utilize our vocational rehabilitation grant to provide any services that anyone asked for. So, I feel like it's we would do whatever we had to do if it wasn't repealed. However, I think it's programmatically easier if it is repealed because we do this in normal business as it stands.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Further questions of Lisa on this part one? We ready to move on? Representative Ellison, your hand's still up? Are you?
Sorry, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
That's fine, no problem.
So we're finished with?
We're finished with part one. It was an inquiry. We don't have any amending language for that. We're leaving it the way it is. Part two, relative to career and technical education. I hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli so I can make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would recognize Chairman Ladd for a motion on part two.
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass with amendment 1563H for part two.
Okay, and do we have a second? Is that Alicia, do I see your hand?
Oh, yes, I would like to second it. Thank you. I was reading.
Thank you,
I was
Lisa.
going over the bill.
Okay, I have reviewed this amendment before with our committee. And I think folks should be pretty much familiar with what we're doing here. If we're dealing with the expansion or replacement of facilities, et cetera, but that's the way the bill came forward to us. We've added on the base of the first page of part two, New Hampshire students are encouraged to access career and technical education to learn and apply technical, academic, employability skills needed for career in life. And going on down, the transportation is really the big thing we're trying to do within this. We recognize the transportation is not fully funded. I've given you the figures before. We allocate $9 million total for transportation and tuition, of which back in the year that we got this data, approximately $680,000 was paid for transportation to the school districts. The actual cost was closer to $2.6 million. And so this was certainly a cost which we're handing down to the CTE for CTE attendance. And working with folks on the other side of the wall in the Senate, we've added in subject to availability of funding. And I guess the biggest part of this bill is, to me at least, is on line 6 on page 2, where the student's resident district shall be responsible for providing transportation, not the sending district. So this provides eligibility to the 3 districts that that have not received any transportation funding: Exeter, Nashua, and Manchester. It further goes down and says if a student is permitted to self-transport, the student's resident district shall reimburse the student in accordance with rules adopted pursuant to RSA 541A. That is in our rules right now, and we reimburse, I believe it's at 25 cents per mile. The school districts for bus transportation, I get reimbursed 10 cents a mile. This is for those few students that may drive themselves to the CTE center. It may be cheaper to provide one car to go than one big bus. And in some CTE centers, the kids stay after school closest to work in an apprenticeship or an internship right there in the community the CTE is located in. So they come home later at a later hour than the bus will pick them up. That has to be approved by the local school district, the high school. So going on down, much of that came to us on pages 2 and 3 from there on. Going on to page 4, we're putting on to that the council, the chancellor of the community college system, and we're putting on the chancellor of the community college system of New Hampshire, or designee, Advanced Manufacturing Council. So that's welcomed. On line 23 on page 4, where we in the past, when we're talking about dual and concurrent enrollment programs, we have provided STEM courses, science, technology, engineering, and math, but it's come from the folks on the advisory council, as well as many people in the high schools, that communication skills are equally as important as the specific skill. So by putting the language in here and support dual and concurrent in career and technical education courses, and it goes down on line 25, and 24 and 25, that are fundamental and necessary for success in the post-secondary education, career path opportunities, and to meet New Hampshire's emerging workforce needs. So they could take a course in communication, which has been advocated by the folks at the CTE centers. And lastly, by inserting on line 30, grade 10, high schools now allow kids that are students that are in grades 10, 11, and 12. We reduced it from 11 and 12 to 10, 11, and 12 to participate in this program. Now we're providing it also to the CTE programs. I guess that's it for the amending language, and this, that's most of it was here before when we got it. You've heard the changes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
What about section 16? On the last page.
I'm looking at the original bill here.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was in the original bill, but
If I may, it was section 14 in the original bill.
Yeah, it's there. We did not
All right.
add, it, and that's not part of this amendment.
okay.
All the
Gotcha.
numbering has changed. It's gone down a little bit because of what we have added in preceding that.
Gotcha.
Okay, Alicia, you made the second on that. Do you care to speak to it?
I think you did a good job pointing out the differences and explaining why they're in there, so.
Further discussion on this, Representative Myla?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you explain to me how you see, I'm looking at page 1, excuse me, on line 28, the new language that New Hampshire students are encouraged to access career and tech education. How do you see that happening?
Well, to go back to the history on that is it came out of the department and the advisory council that students have the right to CTE education. That came under some discussion within the Senate, and they took the entire sentence out. As I was told by Senator Waters. So what we're trying to do there is we're trying to beef up the number of kids that are going to the CTE centers. Due to the transportation issues, we have really limited the number of students. In fact, some districts are allocating, we got 10 seats, and if 14 kids want to go, 4 of them are not going. What we're trying to do is, we had a sheet that was handed to us months ago when we were discussing tuition and transportation. I compared it to the state of Delaware, where their percentage in attendance was much, much higher than ours here. And they have approximately the same number of students. And of course, the whole funding system is much different as well. But we need to, if we're going to provide skills or the workforce numbers that we are required to provide to support our manufacturers and our industry and various businesses, we need to encourage, and we're hoping that the counselors in the schools will recognize that fact. And I think they're doing a good job since we've had counselors on the council, one, and that's been a real benefit. We can always do better, though.
A follow-up, please. I know that in some of these schools, there are limits, and in some areas there are, I have no problem with the language, but has the advisory council looked at the issue that if they get expanded students where they have limited sources already and there's a lottery for those students to attend, have they talked about how the actual CTE center is going to expand the options there if in fact there currently are limited options? And you've got, with this language, there may be more students who want to attend.
Well, I agree. We have been limiting our students, and unfortunately so. This is why we're trying, and it comes down to finance. That's where it goes, Mel. It's going to come down as a financial issue that we provide the money, and just as we do sometimes in special education with the old CAT aid, now special ed aid, we allocate X number of dollars, be it 30 million or wherever we may be. And if we have more students coming in, the amount that we reimburse is of course shrunk because we have to spread it amongst more kids. The same thing's happening in CTE programs when we allocate this $9 million each year. So then we're ending, and that's going to, there's eventually going to be an issue here, and we need to bring this to the forefront in terms of how we are funding and how we are supporting career technical education. That's why we had that, I can't remember the bill number, but it was, I think, one of the first bills that was signed by the governor to set up the commission or the committee for looking at tuition and transportation, which we need to get going. So I understand the question. I understand, though, that we have to resolve several things. First, I think we've got to resolve the issue of Nashua, Exeter, and Manchester and get them on the boards as far as receiving transportation monies. Then there's going to be a question, and of course, this is why legislation such as this has been turned down in the past, seeing that the transportation comes out of that $9 million each year. The remainder is used for tuition. And so if you use more for transportation, it's gonna be less tuition reimbursement. What we've got to do is, in order to make this work, according to the department, Eric Farworth, we're probably gonna have to allocate another $2 million each year for CTE programs.
Thank you.
Representative Lightfoot.
Yeah, in regards to that question that you just had, I did talk to the coordinator at Auburn CTE in Hudson last year, and he said that there were programs that were not being utilized, and his biggest suggestion was making sure that all of the guidance counselors understood what all the options were. So a way of encouraging access would be to make sure that all of the guidance counselors know just what all programs are available and to get it out to their kids. And so that was his suggestion.
We're up against a real mountain in terms of career technical education. Understanding that tuition in some schools can be as low as $3,000, other schools can be up as high as $7,000 per kid. Interpretation of how many hours they have to be at a CTE program are different between New Hampshire and Connecticut and Vermont in order to get credit for the course. So there's a whole lot of issues which the director is now looking at, trying to get some coordinated commonality here between the programs, all the 20 plus CTE centers, 28, 29 of them. Any further, Representative Porter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed that we changed the effective date way down on page 5, line 27, from June 2022 to 2026. And I'm wondering, just curious why such a big jump.
It's done by DOE. And it's because we're looking at budget issues with this, appropriating dollars, and we don't expect some of these schools to really get on board as quickly as they are waiting for grades 11 and 12 kids. 10th grade kids will come gradually, and you're going to have the prerequisites to get into the dual and concurrent enrollment. That's in this program as well, this part. Do we have anybody up from this career technical education here listening?
I don't think so.
Well, there is, Lisa is probably the other one. Jay Kahn is a member there, and I don't know if he's involved with career technical education. Diana Fenton's there also.
Yeah, would you like me to promote either one of them?
We can try. I don't know if she's going to have the answer to that one.
Ms. Fenton, welcome to education.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the confidence in me, but you are correct. CTE falls outside of my area of expertise. But I did send a message to Eric, and he is quickly getting back to me. So I hope to have that answer for you shortly.
Thank you.
Did you just, he just emailed me back, and I'm going to send him the link to the Zoom meeting, and you should have your answer shortly, okay? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Rick, if we've got Diana still on the.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the meeting, thanks. There may be a simple answer to this. I'm just not putting it together. But down where Representative Porter was talking about the change in effective date, section 18. And then on line 27, it goes section 3 of this act, or actually it says, I think that's a Roman, I think it's a Roman 1. Section 3 of this act shall take effect June 30th, 2026. What's being referred to there?
That's that, well, that's on the first page.
No, that's not.
Oh,
That's not the same section 3 that it's referring to, I don't think. That's what I thought at first too.
okay.
Because they're talking about amending, I think 2019-247:4 is House Bill 4. I think that's the budget document that we're in.
We have Lisa Hanson, that's Hanson, that's with her hand out.
You know, I don't have an answer for you on that. This is, you know, this has been developed by them.
Right, but it's being amended by us.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Is
You see what I'm saying? That I don't think it refers to section 3 on page 1.
is Diana Fenton still there? Could she try to find Eric?
I think it refers to section 3 on page 3. The career and technical transportation.
We do have Mr. Farworth. Welcome to education.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Eric. We're dealing with the part of 148, which deals with career technical education, part 2.
Okay.
We're looking at the repeal dates, effective dates, and do you understand or know why we're talking about repealing one part at on line 24 at 2026? And section 3 also references 2026. The other I see referencing, you know, 60 days after its passage.
So the line 24 is the original legislation that Senator Waters wrote for the tax donations sunsetted in 2022. And in this amendment, he was asking to extend that to 2026.
I got it. Yes.
So
yes.
that's what that piece is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what line 27 refers to, though.
Section 3 of this shall take effect. Is
And I'm
that,
not finding 247:4. Problem.
so is that just reacting so as,
Oh, so at June 30th, 2026, it gets repealed.
That
Yeah.
what gets
What that
repealed?
means?
That what gets repealed?
The tax credit allotment.
So 247:4 is part of that, the tax credit allotment. Okay, so it's related to lines 23 and 24.
24, I believe so. Because unfortunately, I'm not looking at the original, but the original law, I believe, said that there is the repeal law that says effective June 30th, 2022, this portion of the CTE law will be repealed, which is the granting tax credit. So this was changing that effective date to 2026.
Okay.
I think that's how Senator Waters explained it to me, but between then and now, I had forgotten that. And
Sounds like that answers it, Rick, though. Yeah.
that I'd forgotten it.
No. What?
Well, that's
Eric
true.
has helped us out with, so
Okay.
thanks.
And I'm sure in 2024, we'll come back to you and ask to extend it another 4 years. Don't worry.
I'm sure you will. One other thing, Eric, there was a
Sure.
question, and I tried to answer that. On the first page, where we had New Hampshire students are encouraged to access career technical education. At one point in time, you folks and the council were talking about New Hampshire students have a right. And that was discussed, I believe, in the Senate side, and was decided that to take that whole sentence out. Is that correct?
I believe, yeah, you had mentioned that to me, Rep. Ladd, that when it came to you, that line was missing and you knew it had been there originally.
Yeah, and I wanted it back in.
Yes.
So I put it in there, and then I was sort of like told by the senators that have been involved with this thing, you got to be careful with that.
With the word "the right."
Yes.
If that will be an issue, this, from my end, this is certainly a compromise of it's informing students, we'd like you to go. So.
Yeah, I think it's important. It encourages them to go and it
Right.
encourages school districts to figure out how to do that.
But I hadn't been aware when it was pulled out originally, and Senator Waters never mentioned anything to me. So I'm now just curious as to what happened on the Senate side, that they didn't like the word students have a right.
It's some of the language that initially came when you were working with the council and we were going through all those changes. That must have been over a year, couple years.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That helps out. Are there any other questions of Eric right now? Representative Porter, you have a question, your hand's up. Down.
Sorry, just my lack of attention. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Do we need Eric any further? No. Thank you very much, Eric.
All right. Thank you all for this.
Yep. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on part 2? Lisa, is your hand up for part 2? Oh, yeah, she's got it.
No, it would just be to follow up on part 3. Or part 1 rather, sorry, I did get an answer.
Okay, let us finish part 2 here first, then we'll come back to you, okay?
No problem.
Welcome. Okay, not seeing any further hands. Madam Clerk, can you please take the roll on part 2?
Yes, this is ought to pass on 1563H. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford, Representative Ford,
There.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Don't walk away.
I see him.
Mute.
Fine.
I'll go back. Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Stody,
Yes. This is.
was that Representative Ford I heard?
It was.
Thank you. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mellon,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
20-0.
Thank you, Barb. What we'll do now is I want to, while Lisa's here, can you, Lisa, if you have any information in response to some of the questions that Art Ellison brought up, I appreciate it.
Yes, the follow-up was around whether Medicaid for schools would pay for, hearing devices. And I did get confirmation from special education that they would in fact pay for those services if it was requested and ordered by a school psychologist or school. I'm sorry. Let me actually read the language. A speech, language, and hearing services shall be covered if they are services, supplies, or equipment ordered by a licensed audiologist or licensed speech language pathologist to be medically necessary for the student due to their communication disabilities. So that is in fact allowed there. The other thing I just wanted to mention was if this wasn't repealed, we would have to work with the LBA because this was also part of our audit in terms of, amending or changing, repealing these sections that were no longer covered by VR. So I did just want to mention that again.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know Representative Dwyer is going over that audit here in another week and a half or so. Are there further questions of Lisa? Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee.
Thank you. Okay, going on then to part 3.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
could I make what's the term, a point of personal privilege on this? Because would that be all right?
yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rick. So we've got two amendments, I think, looking at part 3, 1586 and 1585. 1586, what you're offering with Representative Cordelli, looks to change the focus of this to expand it very broadly to encompass co-curriculars. 1585 keeps it specific to sports-related injuries, but it does take into consideration some of your comments, Rick, particularly definition of sports and privacy concerns. But it doesn't lose fidelity towards the very, very specific nature of sports injuries and the number of incidents that happen in sports compared to other co-curricular activities. And I was wondering if maybe this would be one area where we could unify on the idea to pass the sports, keep it focused on where it is, given the support from the Corey Stringer Institute and other national trainers associations, and then look to maybe broaden it to other co-curricular activities, even though I think there is something in the statute already that says schools have to have emergency plans in place for other things. But for the sake of our athletes, and frankly all students, and I was in the very, very unfortunate position, and this time it's not a story about being a ski coach having to take a kid with a broken leg off the mountain, but a basketball player from Claremont collapsed on our gym floor in Hopkinton with a cardiac arrest. And so it does happen. I just don't want to lose the fidelity.
Yep, we know injury does occur, and sometimes it's horrific. Are there questions from the committee regarding, everybody should have a copy of both these amendments. There are some differences, of course. The differences that I read, of course, the one that Representative Luno is presenting is much more narrow than the other, where it deals with intrascholastics and interscholastics. We've usually used the words curricular and not non-curricular in the past, or intramurals. If it's going to involve grades 4 through 12, the scholastic program, it's usually an activities program sometimes. They don't really call it that. So it's just a matter of terminology, I guess. The other changes which I see is you have in there specific reference to various associations and pre-participation examination developed by the American Academy of Pediatrics. And I would have questions on that. Usually, to get into sports right now, especially high school sports, you have to have a doctor's clearance. And there's a doctor's statement where they put you through the physical examination. That's for all kids. And that's put out by NHIAA. So I see those as the major differences. You also referenced American College of Sports Medicine and National Athletic Trainers Association. In the last, enrollment 2, I see those as the differences. And
yeah, I think those are the changes that are being offered, and some of the things that I think we thought best to leave in there were basically the references to the best practices that schools across the country are adopting when it comes to sports-related emergencies. And rather than trying to keep our statutes up to date with changes in best practices, relying on those national institutes to provide the guidance there. And we do that in so many sections of the law, so that we're not rewriting laws all the time. But I guess, you know, what I'm asking is if we could avoid the doing both amendments, and you know, really look to you know, keep it focused on you know, what was heard in the hearing in the House and Senate, and maybe, you know, agreeing to bring something new back next year that might add some language to broaden it in other areas, but you know, less you know, areas where there's less frequency of the impact of student health.
So Dave, let's, before we make a motion on any one of these things, let's open this up to discussion with the committee at this time. So Representative Bohm, I see your hand was up.
Yeah, thank you. Chair. I think co-curricular is better defined because there are other things besides sports where injuries can occur. And I was just thinking of the robotics. Definitely could be some injuries there, and I think it needs the same type of, I mean, nobody make a robotic machine and the machine hits somebody, the machine. So I think co-curricular, I think better, we need to cover everything and other things happening in the schools from other non-sports things, but even though in science lab and stuff like that, the chemicals, I think co-curricular is a better term.
Representative Tanner, you have your hand up?
Yes, I think I have a little bit of a unique perspective on this, having coached for 35 years and being a EMT at one point and teaching first aid for a long time, first responder, first aid and CPR, AED. Sports offer more risk involved and the number of injuries involved with sports, whether they're minor to the cardiac arrest that happened at Hopkinton, they're more frequent. Everybody knows that when they are involved in sports, there's an added risk. And a lot of times those playing fields and gymnasiums and our practices were late at night or Sunday morning or, you know, just not during the regular school hours, where a lot of the co-curricular activities take place usually right after school, where there's still staff in the building and there is a bus for them to go home. Whereas sports teams often, you know, sometimes we're in remote locations. So I think that the probability of somebody jumping off a stage and breaking a leg in theater, even though they say it all the time, probably isn't near as much of a risk as it is in field hockey or skiing or football or even soccer. I mean, over the years, I've witnessed, you know, a major break of a humerus, femur break, collapsed lung, sternum separation from ribs. We've had a cardiac arrest that I worked on. You know, it was just really important that we had a plan and that we were connected to the local fire and rescue people. And Kearsarge is located out in the middle of nowhere. So, you know, we realized we had to be pretty independent. All our plans, though, were not necessarily shared with the other fire departments and emergency groups. It's been, since Columbine, it's been kind of progressing how emergency plans are done. But this bill, this part of the bill is, to me, very important, because not only does it set up a plan and get the schools on board, and we know with emergency plans, Rick, you know, that a lot of schools were reluctant to do it or file it with the state. But I think it's really important they have a plan for athletics, that they have statistics taken for these groups like the pediatric group and the athletic trainers, that's important for them to get statistics. And it's also important for them when they set up conditioning programs and programs for coaches to train coaches how to deal with different areas, and particularly like heat stroke. That's a real biggie. You may think it isn't, but that's a real biggie in August. And it's becoming more of a biggie as our heat and humidity, get higher in August when the football, soccer, the fall seasons, field hockey start really running off. So I hate to see this bill watered down. I think Dave is right. We need to keep the basic part of the bill. I agree with some of the reporting needed to be changed, but robotics, theater, art, music, math team, those teams have lower risk, usually within the building or in a building, and should have a nurse, a school nurse on board during the day, or a health person that takes care of that. And usually there's people identified on the teaching staff who have been trained. So I really am passionate about this. I think we need to keep it with sports. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question about something I just heard from the representative. You mentioned something about statistics for the National Trainers Association and College of Sports Medicine. I don't see anything in here about providing them information. I'm just wondering if I'm missing something or if I misunderstood the representative's comments.
Are you asking me?
Yes, or anyone else. If I missed anything there, I don't see anything about providing information to the Athletic Trainers Association or anyone else.
I thought there was the policies. Let's see. I thought some of it was. I'll go back through it, but I thought there was a part where there was procedures and statistics that were kept on hand for what had happened. I know at our school, whenever there was an accident, we also had an accident report we had to fill out that was filed with the school. And but I think this has a little bit more detail. So if I missed it, I missed it. Sorry.
No. If I can address that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
In the amendment in 1585, after the part, and I'm looking at the Word document that I don't know if everybody else has. I did send out a copy of it, but after the section where it talks about HIPAA and FERPA, the next sentence, which I think is what Representative Tanner was referring to, a comprehensive history of information relative to injuries, that part is struck. It may be somewhere else in the law, but we took it out of this due to the chair's concerns about privacy.
Thank you. Representative, Mike Lakes.
Yeah, I don't see expanding this to other activities than sports waters it down in any way. It just says, this is a really good idea. Let's follow this up with everybody else. And I want to say I was in the marching band. We practiced under the lights and we were the only ones there. We traveled every place that the football teams went. We had ankle and whatever injuries. We had heat stroke injuries. Imagine being in your winter wool uniforms that are designed for lasting on a Friday night football game in November and being in a band competition lined up for inspection. We lost quite a few students who just dropped because they were way overheated because it happened to be one of those really hot spring days. And it was just as important for us to know how to handle those heat emergencies for that band. And let me tell you, we were in some other town far away from home when that happened. So I think those things are just as important. And some of the schools, especially the agricultural schools, have forestry clubs. And so they're gone cutting wood and all kinds of stuff in places that aren't anywhere near the school. And as far as theater, I know students who did theater, and they were constantly climbing up in the rigging up above. And so a fall or whatever from there can be pretty serious. So I think it's short-sighted to say, no, we're just going to look at sports because sports are more likely to have accidents. There are still accidents in other things, and not necessarily at school, right after school. And so I think expanding this doesn't water it down at all. It just says, this is a good idea. Let's make sure all our students are taken care of.
Okay, I got a question. Does anybody know what the pre-participation examination looks like that's put out by the American Academy of Pediatrics? Where you get a hold of that?
So Representative Myler, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
There is somebody from the Corey Stringer Institute that's in our attendees, and we may want to bring Dr. Stearns in to address that question specifically. And she has her hand up.
Okay, can we?
Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Welcome, Dr. Stearns.
Very physical.
Hello, representatives. Thank you for acknowledging me. And I can speak to the American Academy of Pediatrics pre-participation exam. And I can tell you that it is an exam that is open and freely accessible online that's published by the AAP. And it is a standard exam that has been adopted across many states to streamline the pre-participation exam process because depending on where you go for your PPE, many physicians who may or may not have expertise in the orthopedic injuries sustained by athletes have the knowledge and expertise to ask specific questions that would be very pertinent to the risks associated with sport participation. So what this PPE does is it provides guidance to ensure that all of those components are included in the pre-participation exam.
Thank you, Doctor. Can you tell me who administers the PPE?
Yep, any physician that an athlete would schedule their annual exam with could administer that document.
For example, if I took my child to my child's pediatrician, that doctor would have that participation examination there?
They would have access to it, or you could, the athlete could bring it with them for their exam, depending on many schools. Because of the diversity in history and PPEs, many schools will provide the actual paperwork to the students, and they will bring that with them to complete when they have their exam. So it could be accessed either by providing it to the students, or it could be accessed by the physician themselves by going to the AAP website.
Okay, I have one last question for you, Doctor, and then I'll open up the rest of the committee. How different is this exam from that which schools are required to have their, before they can get into athletics, to have an examination from a medical doctor? How different are the two examinations?
So because there could be variance in what is currently being used across various school districts and schools themselves, I can't speak specifically to that, but all I can say is that this American Academy of Pediatrics pre-participation exam ensures that the questions pertaining to the top causes of sudden death in sport are addressed. So it addresses items pertaining to previous head injuries, previous heat injuries, if there are any blood conditions that could predispose them to, say, an exertional sickling episode. All of those are top causes of death in sport. And so it ensures that those components are addressed in the history questions that the physician is asking, which may or may not be included in other exams.
Thank you. Are there questions of the doctor from other members of the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've had some discussion regarding 1585. And we also have 1586. And I think everybody now knows the differences. We need any time, folks, to talk this over? No.
I wanted one more thing to
Okay.
mention. So, something that I've noticed that we've gotten in trouble with in the past is putting into law the names of organizations because they changed their names. And we came across that this year in something, I don't remember, but the organization that was in the law no longer, it still existed, but had a completely different name. And so I'm hesitant to put names of actual organizations in the law because 2 years from now, they may decide they're not, for instance, American College of Sports Medicine, but some other similar name just because the board of directors decided this other name sounded better. So I referring to somehow what best practices are without actually naming names of organizations just seems better, so we're not having to come back and change them when they decide they want to go by some different name.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I just want to comment on the general process of piece of this part of the bill. Having seen it both as an administrator and 30 years as a coach in 3 sports. Sport is uniquely different than other co-curricular activities, not suggesting in a moment that all students should be covered. All schools have plans, but sport is the only organization we have for youngsters that they have to take a pre-physical that I'm aware of. There's no pre-physical for music, for art, for STEM, for robotics, for the forestry club. That's not because the unique nature of sport is inherently more dangerous across the general spectrum. So I'm just suggesting, I think in this particular case, it's important for us to hone in on the sport factor. And then because it's set up for the sport factor, because it is more unique, more risky. And then if we believe we want to expand it to all co-curricular, let's put that get some information from the high school folks. Excuse me, hold on a second. I told you at one point that dog would be barking, sorry. In either case, the other co-curricular activities could very well be integrated in a broader picture in the future. We can go back to the NHIA and the activity section and have them bring something forward as a school principal association as well. I'm just thinking this time, this is specific for sport because it requires a pre-examination. It is inherent in injury. And we should facilitate, I think, that this document singularly on that part of sport interest and go back to the expanded co-curricular at a future date when we have a chance to get more data on what would be best served. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have had quite a bit of discussion. I know we could go into more, but I would like to move Amendment 1585 for ought to pass.
Second.
Okay, well, we have a motion for 1585 on the table made by Representative Luno and second by, who is the?
Woodside.
Okay, we'll go with Representative Woodcock. Okay, is there further discussion on this?
We've got 3 hands up. I don't know.
Representative Porter, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not that important.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table relative to 1585. Madam Clerk, are you there? Yes, she's there.
Who seconded it? I didn't hear who seconded it.
Representative Woodside. Representative Woodcock.
Who sent me the cutest card today. I love it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Bill.
Okay. This is ought to pass. I think we should remember too that if we pass both of these, when they put them in, they'll just stick in everything that's not in one, they'll stick in from the other one. Remember that. Somebody told me that a long time ago. Okay, this is for 1585, ought to pass. Representative Cordelli,
No.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Nodder,
No.
Representative Lakis,
No.
Representative Moffett,
No.
Representative Hobson,
No.
Representative Andrus,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Leon,
No.
Representative Sodi,
Nope.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison, Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Ladd,
No.
9/11.
Okay, I'll recognize Representative Likis for a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to move the adoption of Amendment 1586H as OTP.
And
Second.
Representative Hobson seconds it. Motion was made by Representative Likis and second by Representative Hobson. Representative Likis, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I pretty much covered everything in the earlier discussion.
Representative Hobson?
I will defer to Rep. Lekis's testimony. Nothing further.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Porter?
Chair, so if I'm understanding correctly with this amendment that we're working on now, we're giving school districts another assignment to work up emergency plans for all their co-curricular and other non-sports activities. Is that correct?
Yep, they're all spelled there in section 1 or 200:40C.
Yep.
18 through 23.
So be sports and non-sports.
Right. So all of these organizations now within the school are going to have the assignment to work up an emergency plan. The chess club and the chorus and those places, they all have to work up a plan that has to be on file with the Department of Education.
The school board has, no, not with the Department of Education. School board has to develop the policy. And that's where it goes. And then you list, each school plan shall include the following documents, and they're all, take A through whatever the number goes to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But there's no funding, right? There's no funding to help with this anyway.
The other,
It's on volunteer time.
The other bill had to do the same thing.
For the sports teams.
So the other bill provided best practices.
Thank you. I'm just curious. I thought before we had a discussion about not forcing schools to do something, and now we're forcing schools to do something. So I'm just asking.
Further discussion?
Representative Ladd?
Yes. Representative Woodcock?
You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Ladd. as I'm reading this more closely on the intro, I was wondering why charter public schools are not included. If we're going to full curricula, I understand most charter public schools a limited number of athletics, but if we're going to full co-curricula, I would suggest, why wouldn't that be there? I mean, if it's important enough for public school co-curricular to be seen public school, charter public schools.
Well, we're talking about public schools here, and charter schools are public schools.
I understand that, but it says on line 18 on the amendment, it says local school board of each school district. School districts don't control school boards for charter schools. I don't know why charter schools, if it's that important that every single co-curricular activity has it, then it should include charter public schools.
Okay, so noted. Further questions?
Well, can that be changed, or just you're gonna say so noted?
Representative Luno, you have your hand up.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, with all due respect, I don't believe the amendment that's on the table right now is provides anywhere close to the same level of protection for students in the event of sports injuries as either the prior amendment we considered or the baseline part 3 in Senate Bill 148. And so I think if we're really interested in or at least mitigating the impact of injuries that happen to students during interscholastic and intrascholastic sports, then I think sticking with, well, we just lost our ability to go to the amendment offered earlier, but sticking with the bill, with section 3 in the bill as presented from the Senate would be the way to go.
What we're going to do for the whole committee here right now, we're going to caucus for 10 minutes here. Yeah, different time there. So we'll, at 3:50, we'll come back.
Mel, you want to?
Yeah, we'll caucus.
Okay.
Are we off now?
No, I'm okay.
Where?
Yep, can you hear us? Somebody.
Okay, can folks hear us?
Somebody's got a,
I don't know. I don't know where it's coming from.
oh, it's my phone. You can hang up. It's right here. I had,
Oh,
yeah, Louise and, sorry.
okay. So for members of the committee out there, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay, what we have done and what we're going to go forward with is that in looking at the amendment 1586 on line 17, we're looking to have a change made. Legislative Services is working on it as we're speaking. Emergency plans for co-curricular injuries rather than for sports-related, co-curricular related injuries versus sport-related injuries, because that was a conflict. And on line 18, a local board of each school district or public charter school or the governing body of each non-public school shall. So those minor tweaks, but they're significant tweaks, are being done. So what we're going to do is we're going to not act on part 3 here right now. We're going to jump to part 4 and do part 5 and come back to part 3. Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that modification.
You're welcome. Part 4, getting tired here. Relative to the definition of private post-secondary career school. Glenn, Representative Cordelli, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, I would like to move, to pass on amendment 1588.
And Representative Likas?
I would second that motion.
Representative Likas seconds the motion. Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, thank you. This amendment is very simple. It removes section N from the original part 4. I believe we've heard testimony from the department that that should satisfy all the yoga studios and others, in that it would exempt entities having a gross tuition of under $100,000 from having to do the surety bonds, but everyone else would still be required to perform that, getting that bond. So I think that this amendment satisfies all the needs.
Representative Mylan.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, my hand should not be up.
Pardon me?
Oh, his hand should not be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll put my hand up though.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. While I think the section that this amendment does retain, part M, is good. I don't think, unlike what Representative Cordelli said, that it satisfies all of the interests of the companies that are businesses around the state that are involved in fitness instruction, including yoga studios. In fact, we heard specifically from their government affairs representative that it in fact doesn't. So I would suggest that we leave both the parts M and N in there as presented in Senate Bill 148 from the Senate in Part 4, and that we also refer back to the I guess the specific support for both these pieces that was put forward by Senator Ward as having a good, basis for rationale. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Further discussion? Representative Porter?
Yes, I was wondering if someone could enlighten me as to why the second section is being removed. I wasn't here to hear what the objections to it are.
Want to go ahead with that, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you.
I said the part N was removed.
Alicia's ready. Yeah.
I can do it.
Oh, Alicia, sure. go
Yeah.
ahead. Because it was explained by the department.
Right, it was explained by the department and I asked a lot of questions about this. So one of it is it singles out particular businesses, which we try not to do. Number two, it doesn't actually say yoga, even though that's what it's addressing. Number three, even when I did talk to the yoga people, they said, yes, the first one would actually take care of all of their people, but they still wanted the second one in. Number four, the department was afraid that with this wording, it would actually capture some people that we didn't want captured and would make it broader and apply to more than the intent. And he was not comfortable with section M and was much happier taking it out and leaving M in. And nobody could come up with anybody who would not be captured by M.
Can you tell me who he was that you just referenced? You said, no, I don't need the name, just what was the person representing?
Department of Education, Steve Appleby.
Thank you.
He's the one who's in charge of handling this stuff. So it was his recommendation or his agreement to my questions that yes, he would prefer M was not in there.
Okay. Any further, Representative Cordelli?
Yeah, just, I agree. My problem is that this creates a special class of business and we have constitutional language about creating special classes of individuals and so forth. This would create a special class of business.
Which I understand we're not supposed to do.
Further discussion on 1580H, amendment to part 4. Not seeing any hands up. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is ought to pass on 1580H. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Nodder?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Andrus?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Leon?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Shaw? No. Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Ellison?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Porter?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Ladd?
Yes.
11-9.
Thank you. Now moving on to part, are there any other amendments for that section that I don't see? No. Part 5.
Good thing for the NATA.
We have a bill, a amendment relative to environmental science and outdoor recreation as criteria for an adequate education. It's 1584H. If everybody has that. Okay, Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt Amendment 1584H with the recommendation of ought to pass.
Is there a second from Representative Bohm?
Second.
Okay, motion was made by, ought to pass this amendment, Representative Leon, and second by Representative Bohm. Representative Leon, do you have any pearls of wisdom for us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that they're pearls and not just pieces of sand, which is important to the environment, by the way. So this amendment takes out what would just be section law, and while it does give a nice narrative, putting things into section law doesn't count, and so it doesn't make sense to put this in here. When we get down to the criteria for an adequate education, it amends it to say, including environmental sciences that investigate the complex interaction of physical, chemical, and biological processes that take place on the earth. And that second section adopts the language that's already been passed in one of our other bills, I believe HB 242, but it's been a long day. When we look to those, we've heard in committee many times about the integration of skills and knowledge. And being able to bring together these different areas of science in order to understand the greater world around us is beneficial to students' knowledge and beneficial to our society. So that change in focus gets to the actual core of respecting and understanding the world around us. When we get to section 2 here, that is the part that is amending the criteria for science to include outdoor recreation, which actually, sorry, I apologize, was already there. And in section 7, it discusses the need to communicate and participate effectively in a changing society and environment. Because as we've seen, there are changes to the environment. We need to be able to put things in context, like the medieval warming period and all of these different time periods that have impacted culture and society and geographic boundaries. And by being able to understand and reflect the impact of the earth on human activity, as well as vice versa, is absolutely crucial. And the rest of it seems, I think that's our testimony.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Yes, Representative Bowman.
Yeah, I just like to echo some of what President Leon said. It removes a lot of the extraneous data which is not necessary, and she mentioned the medieval warming period, which remember was followed by the mini ice age. So anyway, but that should all be covered, how the cycles happen in our climate. So with that, thank you.
You're welcome. Further discussion on this amendment for part 5. Not seeing any hands up. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on SB 148, not 148, on this amendment, 1584H.
Motion is ought to pass on 1584H. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffitt,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
11-9.
Ready? So now we're at a point where we're having to wait for that amendment to come to us.
Oh,
But Porter has this.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can have a minute of personal privilege. This is my 6th term as a state representative, and I have every term asked to be on the Education Committee. So I just want to tell you that I've enjoyed being with you guys, you people, the last few days, and thank you for welcoming me into your committee.
Well, thank you very much for the kind words, Representative Porter.
And
You've certainly been able to engage and be familiar with some of these topics, and from your finance side, help us out. Thank you.
We've enjoyed your point of view.
Having been a teacher since day one, it just was kind of a natural thing.
Thank you.
Representative Porter clearly did her homework, I could tell.
Representative Hobson, you have your hand up.
Yes, I did. I just wanted to, I guess, I don't know how to do this, take personal privilege, but I wanted to apologize. We were working on SB 44 earlier, I mentioned that the School Board Association had weighed in against that bill. And that's what I had on my handwritten notes, but as often happens when I'm trying to let people in and out of meetings, it's possible I made a mistake. So Jen Four sent me the notes, the minutes from that meeting, and in fact, there was no statement from the School Board Association. So I just wanted to apologize or explain that.
They took no position.
Yeah, they took no position. So I hope that's okay. Did I do that correctly? All right.
Thank you for all that you do with the technology. You know, we certainly appreciate you as well, and want to thank you. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to say that Barbara, you look beautiful today.
Well, we're just pleased to see Barb home from the hospital.
I can't believe I lasted all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're looking good, Bob.
Yeah, good for you.
Some of us are really wilting here, at least I am. I've run out of smoke. Yeah, it's really hot.
Very
The
hot,
air
yeah.
conditioning's not working in the room here. And there's very little airflow, even though I can see some trees moving outside way off in the distance. It's hot, hotter than Hades in here.
President Vlad, I've got some good news for you. Your
Yes.
amendment has arrived, so you don't have to wait any
Oh, thank
longer.
Could you make sure you email that out to everybody on the committee?
Yep, I just sent it to the committee distribution list.
Oh, thank you. What's the number on that amendment?
It's 1625.
1625.
There it is.
That's it.
So we had a motion on the floor regarding the previous amendment, which was
1586.
Yeah, 1586. So what we've got to do is, let's see, the motion was out to pass on that, and it was seconded. So what we're going to have to either go through and vote that down, and then bring forth this amendment,
I can recall, I'll
or
just
you could,
withdraw
or
the
you could
motion.
recall your motion.
Yeah, I'll just withdraw my motion.
So the sponsor, not sponsor, but the person who made that motion is Representative Likas, and she's pulling that back, and Representative Hobson, you did the second, you're going to pull that back as well. So Representative Likas, do you want to make a motion on this new amendment we're receiving?
Yes.
1625H.
1625, I wanted to make sure. 1625H. I move that we adopt amendment 1625H.
Second.
And Representative Hobson seconds the motion for adopting 1625H. Representative Likas, do you need to have that, do you have it in front of you, or do you need to have it
Well,
explained?
I know what it was because I wrote the bits.
Well, what it says right there on the old line 17, emergency plans for co-curricular related injuries.
Right.
And then on line 18 of the old amendment that we just withdrew, the local board of each school district or charter public school board or the governing body, and on it goes.
Right. So we just took in the recommendations that were made in the committee and added them into here. Basically, it was a good suggestion, so we took it.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Not seeing anything. Representative Shaw, could you please call the roll on 1625H?
Don't unmute. There, here we go. Ought to pass on 1625H. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Thompson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
Yes.
and Representative Woodcock,
No.
and Representative Ladd.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15 to 5.
Okay, I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ought to pass as amended for House, keep doing that. Senate Bill 148 with amendments 1563 for Part 2, 1625 for Part 3, 1580 for Part 4, and 1584 for Part 5.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Representative Bone? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve Senate Bill 148 with the following amendments: 1563, 1625, 1680, and 1584. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands up. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we'll go with it.
Ought to pass as amended with those amendments.
Okay.
And that's for SB, sorry, 148, correct? Yep.
Yes.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
12-8.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Shaw. That takes us down to the end of the road as far as acting on our bills that we possess.
Is there going to be a minority report on that?
Well, that's where it's going to go next. Yes, can you, who's going to write that minority report?
David and I will put it together.
Pardon me?
David and I will put it together. I'll put it together.
This one will be from Mel, but.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I got one person down, and Representative Cordelli, you'll be doing it also? Sure. And I'd like to remind other folks that if you're involved with one of the parts, making a motion, and if you have information, please contact either the person on the minority side or the majority side that's writing it. You might be able to help them out a little bit. That would be appreciated, I'm sure. Okay, well, that gets us down to the end of our business for today. I want to thank everybody for hanging in there. It's been a long time. And I'm sure everybody's ready just to get some fresh air or get away from
An
the
air
computer.
conditioned car.
Yeah. And so that would conclude our session for today. And I once again thank everybody for participating and see you later.